gonna sneeze. Yep. Yep. Ugh. Alright. Boss time, I guess, because that was where I left off. I didn't get to meet the boss. Who I assume is Victor? But then again, that other big guy might have been Victor, so I don't know who this one might be. I don't really have a lot of souls to lose, so I'm probably fine. I did all my upgrades and stuff. Do I need to collect the tree? I'll go collect the tree, fuck it. This way, isn't it? Yeah. What are the... Where's the vendor for this? I thought he was out here, but... no idea where he's gone. Kinda wanna see what I can get out of the cubes, or what else I can get, rather. Where did he go? From what I recall, he was at the tree, but he's not anymore? Does he just move around? Does he only show up sometimes? That's the other guy. Where could this be? Let me check outside again, one sec. I'm pretty sure this leads back. Like, well, outside, rather. Is he, like, standing here just perfectly camouflaged? This leads somewhere else entirely. Oh, but he's here. Okay, no.
Stalker, please.
Purchase. What do we got? So... obviously don't want those. Recovery. Yeah. Max stamina over a set period of time. That could be nice. Temporarily restores Legion, increases Fable charge amount for a set period of time. Oh, that's also really nice. I don't care about the Spectre. I mean, I can only carry 2 of each anyways, so I might as well just get 2 of these. Oh no, I can carry 10. Okay, never mind. You bedazzling your P organ? No, I'm bedazzling my P cube. My cubes. Yeah, I don't know what to call it. This thing that I've got selected right now. But I don't really. I'm not gonna bother because it's like a consumed item. It's like a boost. It really helps in a fight, but you consume it and then you don't get it back, and I don't know if I'm quite confident I want to use those yet. Not until I have like an abundance. Grand Exhibition Gallery. Let's see how this goes. I have to remember where the ladder was. I think it was between those like 2 guys. I just hope they don't hit me while I try and make a run for the ladder, because that would be quite annoying. How much Fable do I have? I should have a full charge. Oh, unless I used it against the big guy towards the end. No, I got a full charge. Yeah, that way. Problem is, if I go around the right, I risk spawning the robot. Let's just fucking go. See how it goes. Seems fine. there anything else up here? I don't think I explored this. Oh, is this going to be like one of those robots of the future? Just the really big boys? There's no way, because that thing was way too easy. Crumpled Baptist Doodle. Wavelengths connect minds and ergo hearts. That transparent fullness where lies cannot exist. Is that the new true world or a forced prison? Maybe I won't be able to think free, laughing in my head or running away. Okay. Let's do it. Boss time. Okay. There's a bunch of juice everywhere. Some mango monster.
Welcome.
Oh, it's Victor. Never mind. That's too hot.
This is where evolution becomes real.
So did he just survive earlier?
To me, I am Victor, the champion.
I recognize the VA.
Fight to the followers of the truth.
Oh my. Alright, he's aggressive. Ah, take that.
No.
Holy, okay. Okay. Get some distance on that attack next time then. Jesus. Alright, I'm gonna get aggressive with him. I was just trying to like gauge what he had. Okay. I sort of understand why they put these outside now. While it is very helpful that you can just get your stuff back from outside, it's also so that you can't cheese the boss. Because when you collect this, you collect your Fable charge from, you know, whatever your Fable charge was from when you died. So like the blue bars at the top, the moment they collect this, they go full. And so you can't just walk in with 2 fucking stacks of it or something. Just fucking absolutely nuke a boss.
Fight to the followers of the truth.
Need to learn the timings. He's not too hard to dodge, to be honest, or at least his attacks aren't too hard to read, but it's the red one I need to be cautious of, because that... that is something. I still have yet to see, like, because I assume he's going to have a phase 2, right? He's obviously going to have a phase 2. Still have yet to see what the fuck that's going to be.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world.
didn't, yeah. That's a chance to attack. This is new. Fuck. That's new as well. He has a lot of moves, huh?
It's not over yet. I am the chosen one.
It's mean. The sparking ring and metallic grates in the floor might have something to do. I'm gonna hope fucking not. I mean, he could go like electric himself, but I hope the fuck it. Don't make me do floor AoEs in a game where I'm not looking down. Like, that'd be fucking mean, man. The problem is as well, I do so little damage to him. I'm barely doing fucking... Like, he's just so tanky and he does not stagger. That's around the arena to pop and throw heads at you. Shut up, don't even suggest that. They could, but don't even suggest that.
Fight to the followers of the truth!
I really hate that red attacks are like undodgeable. As in, like, you can't iframe them. And like, maybe you can if you like perfectly roll it, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like it because I've not had it happen once. I've always just had to be out of range. So there's something he does with his posture before he initiates that attack. I just need to be able to like clock onto it sooner. Because like, it's such a greetable moment because he's not doing anything for a few seconds and it's just... I really should just back off.
Fight to the followers of the truth!
That was it. I haven't seen him do that yet. I haven't seen him do that yet. I haven't seen him do that. He's doing a lot all of a sudden. Oh, I staggered him, okay. Misread. Oh, he has one more. Okay. Shut up, bitch. Wait, what's going on? Oh, no, he's just falling over. Oh, that was mean. No, there's like an actual phase 2. It's not like a meme phase 2 where he just changes something. No, what is this? Is he going all fucking Bane on me? Okay. Alright.
The new world belongs to us.
Alright, dude. Fuck you, I guess. Seems to be doing the same shit. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that, I guess that didn't come through very well. Oh, shit. No! I thought I had him with the Fable art! No! No, no, no! Oh no, he has one more! Shit! Oh! There's music in the movie too. Oh, I see. Oh, man. Don't be phase 3. Don't be phase 3. I'm out of everything. Come on. Shut up. Shut up. No. What? Now for the real phase 2, don't. That was hard, man. I'm fucking like... I should not have beat him on phase 2 first try. What the fuck is going on? I'm a little shaky because I took such a fucking risk at the end. Back-to-back bosses? No. Is this an alchemist, I guess? I'm not even looking at him. This must be the guy who was like resurrecting people, I guess.
I'm surprised you defeated Victor.
Simon Manus.
Geppetto's creations are truly marvelous. Ah, but where are my manners? My name is Simon Manus, a leader
Manus
among alchemists. I've known your father for a long time. We used to be colleagues, you know. Geppetto didn't understand that the petrification disease can strengthen humankind.
Oh, here we go.
Locks into conventional thinking, I'm afraid. but even he can't stop such a magnificent discovery. It's the door to a new world. You've seen this place with your own eyes. Truly inspiring, is it not? What do you suppose our cure has created here?
What am I meant to be inspired by? Hope of a cure?
I have to admit some surprise. I didn't expect you to be as rational as we are. I'm impressed, even if it's a lie. I'm sorry I underestimated you for being a puppet.
Yeah.
You're open-minded enough to hear the truth.
Oh, I gotta
about
complete the game.
petrification disease. The disease does not signify death. It's the process of purifying a person's essence. A purified human who overcomes the petrification disease will gain a strengthened body and a mind free of lies. The essence is ergo. Yes, the ergo you use as your power was once a human being.
I mean, souls.
Our undertaking is to help
ether.
others experience this purification through this elixir. Truly, it's an honor.
So basically,
Ergo's
human bodies
power
can't
can
handle
do
ergo.
even more.
Or like more
In the
ergo than
hands
they
of the
should.
awakened,
So they're
its
turning into...
abilities are limitless. We already have the means to control that power.
like
Power
body stretched
beyond
abominations.
your imagination. So while you wallow in a pathetic past, we step forward into humanity's future on the Isle of Alchemists. You're welcome to come to the island and witness our triumph firsthand. Or perhaps you'll make a futile effort to stop us. Maybe the Saintess statue can help you. In any case, good luck. Standing against evolution must be exhausting, not to mention demoralizing. Keep your chin up, puppet, and I'll see you soon. No one can say that Simon Manus,
Manus.
leader of the alchemists, isn't hospitable.
Why? I still need to go open that fucking Trinity door. I forgot about that. Holy shit. It was at the last boss, wasn't it? Man, I'm actually really pleased that I managed to get through phase 2 on the first try. Where's Fral? I want to know how he did. No reason whatsoever. Maybe I should, like, play a fib and just be like, man, I was on him for, like, oh, he's like 3 hours or something, man. He was so hard. Just fucking play it off and then just drop the bomb. So for you one-shot him? I mean, I one-shot phase 2, but yeah. It's like a half-truth, isn't it? Let's see. I mean, I literally started the stream like 40 minutes ago. I got here like less than 30 minutes ago and started fighting you. I probably took about 20 minutes thinking about it. Like, he was hard, don't get me wrong. The boss fight was hard. The guy's terrifying as shit. Like, he has so much health and so much defense. I honestly thought I was going to be here for ages. Got many hours of the game as they bugged out and never spawned a proper. Yeah. I beat the mini boss. Alright, let me go to the hotel first. That's something they want from me, I guess. Oh, right, that lady who I helped, I guess? I mean, did she come? Oh, yeah, there she is.
I'm afraid you saw my bad side at the Grand Exhibition. I was able to escape, thanks to you. I didn't mean to be ungrateful. I'm a soldier from outside Crop. They sent us in pairs to investigate. I got trapped by the blockade and separated from my partner. I don't think the puppets are the only things at play here. Can I stay with you until I get in touch with my partner?
Sure.
I get the puppets, but what are the monsters doing here? What is happening to Crot?
Is that it?
I get the puppets.
What's this? Oh. Was it this guy who wanted to speak to me?
At the house of Anini,
No. It's this guy, I think.
Lady Antonia has heard about the grand exhibition. She realizes their cure is meaningless. Her illness has worsened. Perhaps because she lost hope. Lady Antonia cautions against it, to be sure. I have heard about an alchemist who knows how to please find a way.
Is that it? Is there anything I want to buy from you? Not really. Did I get any items from him? I wonder if he dropped one of those moonstones while I was in the
I'd give it
dialogue.
to him myself,
Oh, what?
but he's in the barren swamp now. He'll understand the significance of this.
What? Gift of gloves made by Eugenie for Alidoro. Uniquely, it has only 4 fingers. Before she started that, she prepared right.
I know my way around.
She said something about the barren swamp, I guess. Okay, I don't have that yet. Can I actually make this any more technique? Like, give this any more technique? Unable to. Okay, yeah, it doesn't go any higher than S. Sedge. What does his soul give me? Oh, sorry, his ergo. What? Where did the Wolfman go?
People have no idea, so thanks for keeping.
Where's the Wolfman?
So you met Simon. I've been
Man,
dreading this
that gave me that fucking,
I
like...
should have told you about Simon earlier.
I was thinking of fucking Expedition
This
for a
is
second
something
there.
you have to see to believe.
Just reminded me of, like, when
He's the most
Verso,
dangerous
like,
man
name
in
drops
Prague.
him. Just, like,
He's spread
fucking,
from
like,
man
Vietnam
to death,
flashbacks,
a
like
delusion he
PTSD or
calls
some shit.
evolution. Simon wants to evolve a new world in Krog. A horrible future. Even worse than the monsters we already face. That's why I woke you up.
Reminded of, like, my
If you
time at
can't
the
save
war.
Krog from Simon, no one can. Find the Isle of Alchemists. Someone must know how to get there. I will help as much as I can. Whatever choice you...
About listener?
I've always wondered why I'm a listener. Why this power came to me, in this time and place. But now I understand. Ergo reached out, wanting someone to hear it was once human. Or maybe it wanted someone to remember it. Perhaps a god or an angel. Who knows? But the alchemists have tainted everything. The gold coin tree is a pathetic creature they created from the listeners. Like many of their creations, it's tragic, but useful. You can control Ergo with gold coin fruits. The sad tears of those who became trees.
What?
If they get the chance,
Are we actually playing Elden Ring
the
now?
alchemists might force me to make such a tree for them. Or something even more tragic. Don't let the sacrifice of the alchemist's victims be in vain.
It's like the prequel to Elden
the
Ring
fruit,
where there's just one
They
giant,
lend their strength to
one
you.
gold coin tree
Collect
grows.
gold coin fruits, and let the
And
Satan
thus Krot
statue
becomes the
inspire
lands
you to victory.
between.
Honor their sacrifice, their grief, and tears. Petrification disease. puppet frenzy, and carcass monsters don't happen by chance. They're all related to ergo. Ergo is the essence of life, made from the petrification disease. It contains the memories and distilled lifespan of the victim.
So I think I understand how this works
That's
now.
why puppets sometimes awaken their old selves, or describe someone else's memories. Simon coveted Ergo's power, and he noticed that the process of curing the petrification disease could also create enhanced humans. Krot became a city of monsters and petrification disease because of Simon's terrible experiments. The King of Puppets tried to stop Simon, but he didn't do well.
Well, if you knew this, why didn't you stop me
Now,
from...
Our only hope is you. Save Krot from this nightmare.
Why would you not have just disclosed that information sooner? I feel like that was pretty important before I went and gone to, like, fucking kill the King of Puppets. Could we not have, I don't know, formed an alliance? I got nothing to put on my pee. You wouldn't have gotten loot. Oh, true.
Don't remember much. Ask me about areas.
Oh, okay, so we've got a whole new set of areas now.
I knew the alchemists were up to something more sinister than just a cure. I should have known. Never trust an alchemist, I always say. But in desperate times, I broke my own rule. This is tragic news, especially for Antonia. Do what you can to keep her heart from breaking.
Sorry, I got really
The
annoyed.
barren
Splinter.
swamp was originally vacant, useless land. It became a massive dumping ground when the factory started disposing of puppets. The polluted groundwater spawned strange creatures. Perhaps similar to the ones in the cathedral. Definitely worth an investigation. And rumors whisper of rare treasure in a monster's nest.
Treasure?
Why don't you go look for it, son?
Oh, yeah.
Krot Central.
I said the magic words.
Yes, it's where you woke up. There used to be a workshop near the station. However, the puppets destroyed it when they attacked. Many of the puppets have moved on, but now, strange monsters lurk nearby. Be careful if you go back.
Optional?
You're precious to me.
Interesting.
People call them the alchemists of the Isle. Their headquarters.
So if I go
must
back to
be
the start of
on
the
an
game,
island
there's something
across
else
the
going on
sea.
then?
But it's not on
If I've
any
understood that
charts.
correctly?
I remember tales of an underground dock in Krot, where the alchemists would embark. That's all I know.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay, let me go open that Trinity key. Trinity door. Which, if I recall correctly, was in the manor. Oh, what? Still got more dialogue?
How's the cure for the petrification disease coming along? Glad you asked. It's going well, thanks to you. Sadly, it cannot cure everyone completely. Victims who have progressed too far have already lost organ function, and there's no way to restore that. Even if we eliminate the petrification disease, they won't last long. Their passing might be less painful than petrification, though. Are you sure? I can make a cure, Mr. Stalker, but I leave the choice to you.
Oh.
A longer but painful life, or A quicker, but
This is for the old
peaceful end.
lady.
I'll make the cure if you give me one gold coin fruit.
Pain and suffering, I think, right? Wait, hang on. Which one's pain and suffering again? Is it restoring them or not restoring them? Oh, let's make the cure. Fuck it. Let's do it.
The cure isn't exactly free.
I'd like to see how it goes. Maybe she'll turn into one of the monsters. And then I get another boss to fight and more loot to gain. Where is she? Do I need to speak to him about it?
I believed in you, and my belief has been rewarded.
Yep.
She can be cured. It feels like a dream, the possibility of imminent death, though. Why won't pain ever leave her alone? I cannot make this choice. What would you choose?
The cure!
Yes. I suppose ignoring her pain wouldn't be right. Thank you so much. No matter what happens, I will accept it. I will administer the medicine. Please accept this token of my gratitude.
What? That's it? That's your token of gratitude? Let me do this and see if anything happens. Has she had the cure administered?
Oh, it's you. Come here. I've been in such a good mood all day. I have a feeling I'll be in better shape in no time. Oh. And you better not underestimate me just because I'm not as spry as I used to be. I know you and Polendina are up to something. Still, I haven't felt this happy in a while. Only kind people can give others this sort of happiness. I always treasure a day like today. Thank you.
Okay, whatever. Let's go open that door. Teleport. So is that the end of the... Oh yeah, I can just go from here, can't I? And walk backwards. But yeah, so from what I'm at least trying to understand, the petrification disease basically removes life from a person, and that life can then be collected effectively as ergo, and that ergo is now in the puppets, as well as people, and the people who have too much ergo turn into the carcass monsters. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding. Hang on. Whatever. I'm not gonna try. I'm gonna give up on trying to understand. Pass through the door. It's time to understand them. Wait, what? Time to understand the true meaning of the 3 pillars. Is that about right from what I've seen? Okay, so I'm not like getting lost in a weird loop here. Performance of the day. The great singer in crowd has arrived. It's a shame she can't sing because her tongue was cut out. By her sister, I assume. Belford Superior Radiation Converter. They pass through the door. It's time to understand the true meaning of the 3 pillars. Oh, man. What are these fucking rooms? What did I get? It's gonna make me way too much. Also, do I have a better one of these? No. Alright. Let's just teleport back. Go to the hotel so I can put that quartz into my pee. we proceed. I can either check the swamp that it's talking about, which I assume is just move forward, or I might go check out the central station thing. We'll see. Let's go put some stuff into my P organ. Stuff that thing good. Not enough to get an unlock, no. Guess I could try and get more, but more ergo from enemies. Fuck it. Let's do it. Let's have a look at the beginning, see what's going on with this fucking Krat Station workshop that supposedly now has new monsters. I'm assuming the new monsters aren't out here, right? Yeah, they're still basic, so maybe it's inside. What was he talking about the new things? Was something, like, previously shut off that I'm not aware of? I'll go back to where I started the game. Was this it? Was this where I began? Guess. Yeah, this was the start. This was where it all began. Where I had arisen. Oh, I thought that was like a secret. I thought I just found something. Okay. This is like a way to activate it, but damn, I genuinely thought getting rid of that partition was like huge. It was just nothing. Maybe I'm not supposed to go here yet. Maybe he was just talking about it for later. I don't know. There's not really anywhere else I can go. I mean, there is that place where the big guy was when I first fought him. Wait, what's this? No. This was like the first big guy encounter. Maybe it is referring to coming back here another time, like after I go to the Barren Swamp. Bitch. I'm not seeing any other paths. I guess it's for another time. don't remember these bathrooms. Yeah, I'm just back here again. Alright, yeah, never mind. I was just talking about outside here, but even the mobs seem normal out here. I know there's like a weird gate over there that's never open, but it's still shut. Alright, we'll leave it. We'll just go check out the barren swamp. Teleport. This is a conference room? I'm sorry? It has a fucking metal caged arena, like what kind of conference room?
Isle of Alchemists. According to the guide, Vanini visited that place. That's something, I guess.
Don't tell me I now have to go back to speak to fucking Vanini. Jesus, that is like steel cloth. Oh, hello. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, what do you want?
Ciao, Bello. It seems you and I share a strong connection.
Talking to an alchemist is like talking to a brick wall. That's also an alchemist.
Brother, you should say hello to your friend. But it is true that we are in something of a bind. We're going to need to consult with our old friend.
You got that right, sister. Our pal is sure to help us. We didn't behave that badly at his last shindig. I hope.
A moment, please. My young brother here is slowly but surely losing his very sight, his windows to the world, to a terrible, slow-working illness.
Petrification disease.
That is why I seek the gold coin fruit. It's said to work miracles, and do I ever need one? The alchemists give us just enough to keep him going, but not enough to cure, and never what they promised. We can't rely on those crucible-kissing wizards. Please, don't make me beg. He needs this. Besides, for a fellow who raided the Black Rabbit Brotherhood's den and walked out in one piece, it'll be as easy as eating your weight in bumbaloni.
I'm sorry.
Please. The gold coin fruit is the only thing that helps. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Please. The gold coin fruit is the only thing that helps. Can you spare any? As a personal favor?
I'll play along. See how it goes.
We knew you were a true friend. And generous.
That's right. I liked you from the start, you know? Just had a feeling. If you felt otherwise, that wasn't me.
Ignore this one. When he gets excited or just feels happy, he gets chatty. But he really is grateful. We both are. On that note, I hate to borrow and run, but we have another request from the alchemist to take care of, so we will be staying behind. You'll need to go on without us, so I suppose this is farewell. I won't ever forget your kindness. Here, a small token, but it's a gift from the heart. Now go.
Big? Exotic.
Honestly, I didn't really expect you to bring us a damn thing, and yet... Thank you. Truly. I'm not saying I'm ready to set up housekeeping, or that I even trust you. But, given time, I think we could become actual friends.
Yeah, I don't trust that line of dialogue.
Honestly,
I never forget a friend.
I ain't falling for that shit.
Wow. You need me? I was surprised when the bell rang. The Isle of Alchemists, you say? And monsters. This is a nightmare. I'm living my own nightmare. Puppets and alchemists forget it. It transmission. But it won't work without a golden ergo.
What?
My research, well, Pulcinella did a lot of the heavy lifting, has led me to believe you can find one deep within the barren swamp.
No way, that's so convenient. That's also convenient.
I can't make this decision for you.
Done with the actual Victor already? Literally took me like 20 minutes.
No, I'm not going to tell you the details yet.
I one-shot the second phase.
You have that golden ergo. It's just not worth getting our hopes up, compagno.
He was hard, but... went down like a sack of shit once I got his rhythm down. So what do they mean by actual monsters? Is this where we start getting into like the Elden Ring creatures? Bear in mind, I haven't seen anything of this game before I played it, so I actually have no idea. Like, I've never, like, all I've known is that it's about fucking Pinocchio. But yeah, no clue of what, but still. So I have no idea what they're referring to when they say actual monsters, because they seem to define the puppets as monsters. So I have no idea. Like, is this a third enemy type? Because we've got the carcasses, and we've got the puppets. So what else is there? Scrap puppets are discarded. Oh. So it's puppets. A few humans. Oh yeah, there's humans as well, yeah. There's something to what it is now. Something for discarded puppets and corrupted animals. Oh. Okay. Those gunners were. I don't know if those still count as humans. Yeah, I guess whatever those gunners were is whatever Victor was, effectively. So I guess humans? Maybe? Or like augmented humans? I don't know. I mean, they probably still count as carcass. I think they still count as carcasses because they're the same blue effect or whatever, right?
This place is... okay, there's no easy way to say this. It's a graveyard.
So
humans call it an illegal dumping site. The city tried to stop it, but eventually had much bigger concerns.
So I'm gonna get a combination.
This far too? It's just too terrible to think about. Oh, why am I thinking about it?
I'm about to get a combination of like some fucked up like morphed animal things or I was gonna say or like puppets that have just conjoined with each other, but it's also just this guy. I hate this guy, he's annoying. Ow, okay, he's fucking stacked up here. I hate so much fire damage unnecessarily. But it's whatever. I just wanted to be rid of him. Okay. What am I looking at? Is that a face? Oh, it's still a puppet. I'm sorry, is that a fuse? Was that gonna, like, detonate on me or something? and supposedly cause an additional detonation, which would have fucking just mega nuked me. Okay. Yep. He's literally got a bomb on his face. The dog literally has a bomb on his face. Jesus Christ. Seriously? Can I get him to, like, move? Next to a fucking, like, TNT. What was that noise? There we go. Come on, pull back. Pull out, come at me. Oh, that kind of works. Shit, I got distracted looking at the dog. What do we have here? The fuck is that? I think I've already seen bears in this game. So I guess I have yet to expect that, whatever that's gonna be. Seriously. Seriously with this shit. Are you fucking kidding me? There's some bears. Yeah, yeah. Okay then. Let's get a heavy attack on him. That's so cheeky to leave the boxes stacked there, like, as well. Because, like, you'd easily just try and get him from around the corner as quickly as possible. If you're not paying attention, you just smack that bomb. Oh, you nearly hit the bomb, Jesus. He's fed up with my shit. Let's go, dude. So, my concern with this... My concern with this bit is that I have to, like, fucking beeline it, right? I have to just run. But I've got a feeling there's something on the other side of that I'm just gonna be running face first into. Whatever, just do it. I wonder if I can, like, get them to walk away from their position. I probably shouldn't try it. I should just... Let's just do it. Oh! Bear traps! That's what it was. That's fucking cheeky. Oh, okay. That's fucking mean. question is, can they hit me from here? If I go... And of course there's corruption. I should deal with them first, really, before trying to do that. Wasn't enough traps, yeah. I expected something, but I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. What's that noise? I hate this place. Man, I fucking hate this so much. Nah, you are joking. Is it not enough? Okay, that's not red though. He's not a boss. Still tough as shit though. You insulted the place. It deserved it. Actually, I'm gonna top up again. This guy does a lot of damage. Okay, looks like that was a one-time spawn because I got so much ergo for that. Jesus Christ. I think that was kind of like a mini-boss. Please tell me he was on his own. There's gonna be like bear traps behind. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew there was gonna be bear traps behind these guys. Look at that. Hello, Baxter. Okay, fuck it. Oh god, I nearly fell off myself there. This is so awful. Okay, one of them could still... both of them might still be alive, but... I expect them to be walking back? Yeah. I think the other one might have died though, because it sounded like he did. Oh wait, I got XP for his death. Yeah, he died. Alright, let's go deal with this dog. That dog's just confused, like what the fuck just happened? No. Ah, shit. Okay. Well, that's annoying. Can I roll it off? Can I stand it off? What can I do? Try my weapon, I guess, for starters. That is so much health. Oh my god, that fucking cooks. Holy. I have to get rid of it. I'm sure you got some on you. I'm doing a no item run. Flask only run. Just trying to watch out for fucking traps again. No pulse run. I mean, technically, I'm betting people do that. Like, if you were to consume all your pulses before you start anything, you get all the buffs that you would normally get. You get all the buffs for having no pulses, right? What is he holding? Is he holding a sword? He's holding a sword. But this looks like a drop. Let's let him come over and see if he collapses the bridge. No, it's fine. I don't remember his moveset though. Or at least no hit boss fights. Yeah. And I'm betting that the strat was to just burn your flasks, because then you get buffs. Okay, that was surprisingly okay. What's in there? Is he holding a sword or a gun? I cannot fucking see. Oh well, whatever he's holding, he's bringing it over. I'm worried there's gonna be like a gunner above me or some shit. Seems fine. I don't know what that's about. What am I hearing, man? Oh, it's that guy. Let me go upstairs first. Yep. Wait, who is that? Is that a gunner or is that... Oh, that looks like... Yeah, he looks like he's got a gun. Oh god, there's another guy. I'm trying to get this guy's attention. Look at me. Come on, come at me. There we go, that's got it. Nope. Oh god, I didn't see him fucking firing there. Enough shots and he just decides to come over. It seems to be like a fail-safe, or so to speak, so like when the enemy can't get line of sight for a while, they'll just move up a bit. I think that'll do though. Okay, so there is another enemy up there. But it looks like there's no more gunners. I don't know if he was reacting to me. I think he is reacting to me. Okay, is there something else in there? Before I descend upon this guy and his fucking sea of flames. Okay, I can get an attack drop on him, hopefully, if he comes a bit closer to this ladder. That, or I just go up behind him. Fuck it. Fuck it. The sooner I'm out of flasks, the better, really. Okay, so he looks like he has a gun, I think. Or is he holding a sword? I literally can't fucking tell from here. I'll pick that up later. Is he holding a sword? He's holding a sword. Wait, is there another guy? There's two more swordsmen. Oh, or did that guy just move? I think that guy just moved. Yeah, looks like he just moved up. No, I'm not doing this many. This many at once is a bad idea in this narrow of a path. Come on, buddy. If I can hopefully break one off, that would be nice, but I don't think that's happening. Yep, that's the problem with that. Also, why did I roll forwards? What the fuck happened to my controller? Okay, got him. Okay. Why did my controller roll forwards? I was literally pulling back. Let's grab this. Half moonstone. No, I need the fucking Covenant ones. I haven't had a weapon upgrade in ages because of this. Alright, what do we got? What's next? What bullshit are you gonna try and fucking get me with this time? I'm so fucking paranoid about the traps, man. A normal weapon? I mean, yeah, but nah. A shortcut? I think that might have been a shortcut. I'll go have a look. Yeah, it was. Okay. Thank fuck I can level up. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm about to level again, might as well. What do I need? 1,400. Oh, bit of freedom now.
Damn alchemists. The terms of the bargain. Almost intolerable. Well, it's not like I care about those hotel people anyway. But there are limits. How do you do? It's quite odd that we should meet in a place like this. Oh, don't pretend surprised that I got here before you. After all, I can elude the darkest monsters, the loftiest beings. In fairness, I do benefit from your prowess as well. I shall tell you something, since we're nearly peers. They say a terrible monster lives on the cliff at the end of the swamp.
No
it behaves
way.
like a crow, gathering shiny things. I have absconded with treasures from its lair. Rare parts and weapons, worthy of a hero. Now
It's like a
catch your
death
interest?
bird.
If you're hunting ergo monsters, you might put that friendly tip to use. You're a worthy hunter, and it is worthy prey. Show that swamp monster what you're capable of. You're a worthy hunter.
Whoa, is that what I got from that guy? God damn. Reborn Champions Ergo. That's cool. Arm of God. Temporarily increases physical damage upon a successful attack. What? What? Huh? As in, when I do one hit, I do more damage on the next hit. sold.
What's this? A gift for a rescuer. From a technician girl. I don't remember. I've saved so many of the common people. Anyway, thank her, I suppose. Oh. Oh dear. These gloves are a mess. They don't even fit. Is this a practical joke?
Not a great sentence, dude.
Oh my god, I never did like that girl. She's just like him. Oh, never mind. I thought you had better taste than this. How disappointing. Get these rags out of my sight.
I guess they weren't for him. I'm pretty sure they're not for him. Right, so what is this fucking amulet, sorry? Increases max HP, technique. Ooh, stamina recovery. Oh, max HP. I mean, I am soon to unlock something. Oh, I also need to lower my weight. Maybe I need to go with keep max HP because the weight's still bad. Let me do this, and then let me lower the weight of this. Still too heavy. Need to boost your weight first. I can make some adjustments for now. Some of these adjustments hurt a bit too much though. Okay. Only enforces stamina regain and movement speed in this. That's still important. That's very important to me. Okay, I think I missed something. Let me head back. I mean, don't forget, I don't only roll away from mechanics. I also use running to create the right distance and stuff. Directly though, indirectly via movement speed, maybe. Either way, I still rely on my movement speed. Like, I need to create space between me and, like, big enemies, especially when they have some absolute chonker fucking attack patterns. Like, for example, with Victor, there was one attack pattern that I just straight up had to run away from. It's bad either way. Yeah. What the fuck is this? I'm sorry? Huh? He's gonna turn and swipe immediately. Oh, I was just a regular guy. Oh, never mind. Oh, he's not regular. That was intentional, but I was hoping he'd follow me down. Is he gonna follow me down? Nope. Okay. That was a waste. Okay, so he's tanky as fuck. Let's go all out. Holy shit. What the hell was that guy? What's he protecting? Recharged amulet. Hello? Restores HP continuously? Fucking what? What do you mean? Wait, I want to see how much this restores. Can I? Oh, I can take some damage here. How much is continuous restoration? Can I see my stats while this is happening? HP 182. 189, 191, 192. So it's literally like one per tick. Okay. Okay. I need to fucking reset everything. I'm not that useful for boss fights. No, it's kind of useful in the sense that you could use it for like long explorations or something like max HP, which I doubt. Yeah, no, I doubt that. But like, I could see it being useful if you're like, if you're really far away from a checkpoint and you don't want to go through your flasks, but you can afford to just sit around and waste time. Just fucking pop it on, go AFK, come back, take it off. Yeah, there was a catch. Bear trap, bear trap. I don't know who to focus, they're both equally annoying. Yep. Love that about these guys. I love how the hardest enemies in the game carry a pitchfork. Where the other amulet anyway? Where am I going? Fuck off. What's the case in the demo? It's the case in the end game, or like half the second half of the game as well, apparently. These guys are hardest hitting normal mobs. I'm trying not to like press too fast because there's so many fucking traps everywhere. This place is awful. I hate it. Okay. The fuck is that? Jesus! Off. This is to keep trash heap in check. Oh, you're kidding me. Jesus. There is a path around the back. Oh, that's so many people walking towards me. That's so creepy. That is so unbelievably fucking creepy. I don't see a better way in there besides the front door. My biggest concern is that front door is very guarded. That guy's gonna be a bitch. Is this guy coming towards me? Oh, he is now. Okay, good. I'm trying to see if I can make my way in there. Is that gonna hit him? Ah, fuck. Can I potentially just run through? Oh good, this place is full of bombs as well. Probably gunners or dogs. Dogs, okay. Something just got up. There he is. So ridiculous. I really want to pick up that item, but okay. Alright, let's see what happens when I get to the top of this fucking ladder then. Nothing? He's just standing there. Really? Nah, it's not this easy. There's no way. A fancy ballista? Live puppet's axe. Blade and handle. What's this? Green monster is cleverer than you think. It likes to collect puppet bodies, but what for? Can I use this? It lets me target it. I'm gonna hope that's busted for good. Oh, so you could like snipe that thing if you had some sort of ranged weapon. That's kind of nice. Alright, got some freedom to explore a bit, which is a relief. That's not. That thing doesn't make me feel relieved, though. corpses can literally just come out of anywhere. Where did he come from? Has he been there the whole time? Oh my god, what? That did so much damage! I don't want to go in the piss to kill that guy. I mean, it's not like I'll stay in the piss, but... whatever, fuck it. I'm just glad that rolling in the piss doesn't give you like a permanent, you know, like the ticking debuff effect. That was a nightmare in Elden Ring. That was so awful. Hang on, there's a nightmare there. So is there nothing else up here? That tower was just completely optional, I guess. That's fine, to be fair. I'd rather do the optional stuff first. But Jesus Christ. So I'm gonna go around the long way. I'm gonna go around the long way. Just so I don't get trapped by anything. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So there's a big boy around here somewhere. Yep. Is he actually coming for me? I don't think I've seen him extend this far. Yeah, he's actually coming for me. Let's get through via puppets. Fair enough. Humans, though. Well, I mean, by that logic, it shouldn't be corrupting me in the first place. What the fuck is that? Okay. Getting to any interiors drinking here. Drinking Scarlet Rot as a human is way worse though. But it's not like it I mean, I still don't think Pinocchio, well, I don't, Pinocchio, I'm calling it Pinocchio because that is like the 99% assumption that he is actually Pinocchio and that they're not just going to give us some random other name beginning with P. But that's the assumption that he is in fact a puppet, because he is very human. And something just ain't vibing with that. What is happening? Why is he red? Oh. Dark Moonstone of the Covenant. Let me take this first.
Wow. So they do exist. Other puppets like me not bound by the Grand Covenant.
Your character here is a puppet.
I thought I was forever
I'm not
alone.
convinced.
Without the Covenant, my kind hates me.
I'm not convinced it's as simple as a puppet.
Puppets. They all hate me. But I want to be friends with humans. If I learn how to feel, would that be possible? If you tell me how, I'll return the favor. I want to learn how to feel. Hello, my only friend.
Teach how to clap.
Clapping is the mimicry of a joyful heart.
They say what is
It's good
required
to feel alive.
for a person to be reborn.
Thanks.
I don't know if they gave that much information, but they are, like, that's the thing. That's the part that's got me the most, is the fact that there's, like, this whole idea that you can transfer life forms, and there are people trying to bring the dead back to... people literally are bringing the dead back to life.
Hello, my only friend.
I'm gonna use my ergo for this. Oh, I should do capacity. Yeah, I'm gonna do capacity. Because I need another amulet. Because I'm gonna get another amulet slot soon, so I need to be able to carry a lot more. Hello. What's wrong? Hello. Roaming around as well, if those zombies' carcasses count. Yeah. So, like... as a guest from that puppet show before the king, the real you is dead and Geppetto salvaged whatever was left and try to bring you back. I can't use the conventional way. Yeah. Like, there's a lot. But yeah, I think it's genuinely a case of the real puppet Pinocchio is dead. But I genuinely think he's put him into, like, a human body. Somehow. I think Pinocchio is convinced that he's a puppet, but he is actually in a real body. So maybe his ergo reads as if he's a puppet, which is why everyone calls it, like, which is why the puppets can see him as a puppet. Maybe? I don't know. Body with puppet parts. Oh, like a Frankenstein. I thought you said IKEA Frankenstein. It's just a flat pack human. But yeah, I guess that could work as well. I'm just gonna take the dog out real quick. Using ergo to encourage his soul, you're my son, I guess? Yeah. Since the original body looked more human-like than the body that got the parts inserted in that play. The original body looked more human-like than the part that got parts inserted. The thing is, don't forget, there's also that painting of this character as a young child. That is a very important that is a very important factor in this, is that this body has either grown or was remade in that child's image. Died as a boy. Maybe. Geppetto got something that looked like you, while the other generic puppet. Remade in his image. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna take the dog out. Gonna fucking nag me otherwise. Trying to lick my headphones. That's just symbolism. It was a play, I suppose. theater. Yeah. All right. Hello, Effie. Oh, shit, again? Trouble you for a spot of Left 4 Dead? Yeah. I don't... I'm a little tired of these ballistas. This is fucking so stressful. Alright, let's get off this then. Wait, can I just... Oh, exit. I'm level 69! Not title screen. I get bombarded by ballistas again. They're so... Oh, man. I hate ballistas in these games. Like, in general, because, like, they're those out-of-reach enemies. You got, like, all these other enemies to worry about, and you've just got the fucking hand of God smiting you. Like, you can't reach it, but it can reach you at all times. I fucking hate it. Let's go. Let me change it in here. Oh, giants of big bows again instead. Yes, they were so easy to manipulate into hitting the other giants. They were unbelievably easy. What do I call the stream? Dead for no. I'm just gonna put left for deadge. Okay. Recalling an eagle's foot. Basically, yeah, the fucking. Oh my god, this clusters are so. How many times? How many times did he do that in one day? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, twice he did it on the fucking extraction point. At least more predictable. For this. There's the old Discord audio. Interesting. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, not that. Are we in the... Oh, we're in this one. No, wait, where are we going? Are we going... Is it in the Quay Discord? Hang on. We just... Oh, okay, I was just about to message you. Okay.
Gonna go broke.
Hello.
Hi, Digby.
Hello, Digby.
Hello. We're gonna fuck up some zombies.
I'm gonna start limping again.
Yeah.
He's ready to limp. It's limping time.
It's limping time.
Oh,
I'm gonna pick up the first melee weapon and bust my kneecap out.
It's alright, we can help you with it.
Oh no.
Thanks.
Oh no.
Are you ready, Namiko?
I'm ready.
Please hit the ready button.
Right,
Yes, there's ready buttons. Oh, we're doing...
verbally said he needs a minute before you join, okay?
Oh, okay. We're doing fucking realism, let's go.
Let's go.
I actually love it. It's so good. It's so much better. Cool. Yeah. It's funny.
I think it is a lot better that we can't see someone being gone or gotten.
Yeah.
There's a little bit more of having to look.
I need at least one lab fucking babysitting me at all times.
That's okay.
It's just the fact that you can so easily get lost as well is just so funny.
Shovel.
Ooh. Well, yeah, that'll sort your knee out.
Yeah.
God, can you actually imagine like getting kneecapped with like a lifetime of the show?
Also, someone wants to duel wield the pistol. There's a pistol
Why?
that I delivered.
Thank you.
Oh, you can't have. Oh, I see. I'm gonna take the frying pan.
Wait, that was a frying pan as well?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or a drying pan. No, I can't make that joke. It's not raining. I swear my game audio has reset again.
I think so too. Mine is as well.
Christ. Oh, sorry. You look like a zombie.
Very brave of you to jump on the car that has a light glowing.
If you think I like think about that, it's this thing.
Okay.
Oh right, headshots.
There's fall damage there. Do not fall down. Just walk around.
The lit up tail light, yeah. Oh no!
Okay. Alright, and thus the limping begins.
Yeah. Oh Christ.
What?
Well. Ow, you shoot me!
You're opposite direction of where I'm aiming!
No, not you, not you. Doesn't sound as loud on stream. I can turn it up. Hang on. Is it too quiet, or is it like okay on stream at least?
Are you okay? Happy?
Well, I was
good.
almost
Okay,
charged
cool.
off the fucking bridge, so...
Okay.
I swear that must be scripted. Like, I came up and the charger was like, bonjour.
I think there's a few spots where they're more likely to appear, but whenever we filled something, the specials haven't been in the same place ever.
Oh, that's not a zombie. Is there anything in here? Oh, baseball bat. But you fixed it the second time. Right, I see.
The zombie still lives. Oh!
Ah!
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh no, I'm in danger.
He's in.
You've been boomered?
I've been boomed.
Oh, wonderful.
I
I
am
don't
a-
have to care then.
We got you.
I'm a boomer.
Effie got you.
I play WoW.
As if 14 is much better nowadays.
I don't understand why people play Fortnite. Oh, God.
Do you play classic or retail?
I'm both.
Because I actually enjoy playing classic, so maybe I'm
it's
giving
so
retail
good.
a try. I don't know.
Retail's.
Did you play?
Hmm?
Sorry, did we go first?
I was gonna say retail's a fun experience. It's completely different, I will say, but like they've done some good with it. Ah! Oh! Help! Help! He's pulling me backwards. I'm back.
I don't see you.
I'm back.
I'm running.
Thank you.
Did you play classic on release, Ramaku?
Yeah, I did.
I
did play it.
remember I played it on the fucking minute it came out.
Goddamn.
It was so fucking impossible. Like hundreds of people in the starting village fighting over like 5 wolves for the first class. It was so
Sounds
fun.
pretty much like my experience.
Oh, it was so much fun.
Maybe you
Charge,
found
huh?
each other.
I wish I was there in the Hogger days, man.
Where is he?
There was a fucking
Oh,
line
okay.
Oh.
Hang on, I'm climbing a ladder. What's happening?
Effie walked around the corner and got charged again.
Just that popular.
Say
It's
something.
overcrowded. Yeah, but I imagine it was great.
Really?
Another shovel?
I hit. Oh, holy shit!
Oh, wrong one.
Okay, fine.
It's okay.
Oh, this was the safe house. I didn't even see the door.
Yeah.
Man, this was a terrible round for me. Jesus. So, like, switched off.
It's okay, we can call it warm-up.
I've been playing Liza P, man. It's just... I'm too cautious. I'm going through this zone that's literally just riddled with trap after trap and trap on top of trap.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, shovel.
We had one left.
Oh my...
Okay, okay.
Jesus Christ.
Get her ass.
You made your point.
Really easy return though. Yeah, because everyone was just having a good time. To reload your shovel, yeah. Christ. Why is this shovel is so bad?
Yeah, sometimes it makes a hit sound and it doesn't hurt. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's really funny.
I'm gonna go get my frying pan.
Bonk.
What the fuck?
Oh no, baseball bat even. Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm behind someone. Oh god. Okay, I think. I don't even know where everyone is.
Either me or Effie. We're in the pipe that is straight across from the safe house.
Okay, I'm coming. I'm just getting fucked up here. Because apparently hitting things in this area is really buggy.
Oh lord, he's come.
Oh, sorry.
Oh. Making the fucking promises, bitch!
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Where is he?
He's in the...
Yeah.
Close to the safe house now.
We're fighting him.
I'm dying to
Ow.
regulars.
I think we're all gonna die here, I'll be honest with you.
Oh, someone's hitting me. I'm done.
I got cornered. Oh my god. He should be down soon. He has to be.
Oh no!
I don't know if I can get an angle on him here, but...
Oh no, I jumped down. Oh, yeah, never mind. I think I'm still good. We're good.
Oh, that's you. Sorry. Hello.
Can't hurt someone down.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm shooting on the floor if you're looking for me.
I kited him so far away.
I'm grabbing Digby.
Thank you.
Alright, tank died.
He was still alive. Oh my god, what the fuck was that? Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm grabbing ammo.
Yeah, that's
right
good.
We are literally near safe house. That's good.
There's ammo here as well, Brett.
Oh, is it? Okay, I'm just gonna come over. You said the middle
There's also
one,
better
right?
guns. Yeah, the middle one. Or the one across from the safe house. At least.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you fell down. Hello.
Down here?
Hello.
Oh, let's
you got
fucking go.
Shotgun.
Okay. One from the other inner pipe, yeah.
Oh, behind.
Okay, they're coming from behind. Watch out, there's a horde. Oh my god, dude.
Oh, on me?
Oh,
I'm
smoke.
not to see in the water?
There's a smoker behind us as well. Just be careful. I don't know where he's gone though. He caught me, but...
Can we get out of the water? I can't see the mudman either.
Also, there's something weird about meleeing things in the water. It's just not clicking.
Yeah, if there's like a slight increase in height, it's also weird.
Yeah. Wasn't having this issue on any other level.
I think that's. Oh, which? On the left. Up, left, up.
Oh, hey there.
Oh, up there.
Okay.
I'm sure we won't have to go there.
Be ready to fight the horde.
Laser pointers.
Oh. Oh. Thank you. Oh, what the fuck is this gun? Oh, M16. Yeah, go on then.
Oh wait, there's no 16.
Yeah.
Clicking the button.
We're gonna fucking pull the goddamn witch, aren't we? It's so, he's so bad.
Be
Just-
careful, I think they can come from behind us.
Yeah.
I'm sitting in the corner. Oh.
I see a smoker in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, one up here. Careful. Never mind, it's all good. Oh, it's the little crawling guys. Never mind. I thought it was a. Oh Jesus.
What happened?
Nothing. It's all good.
Good to go. Let's go. Let's go. 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 Go.
Oh,
go,
okay.
Go. 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 Go.
Careful of the witch.
No. Up here maybe. Ooh, health packs.
Oh.
Not enough, I guess. Nah, don't tell me we have to
You
go
just
past
fight
the
them off
witch.
first?
Oh, we do have to go past that.
Well, since the witch instills anyway, I vote the person that has the lowest HP clicks them first.
Wasn't there a shotgun?
Wait. We can try to fight her.
Wait. Didn't I have a shotgun?
Yeah, we had shotguns.
Maybe?
I can try to one-shot her. I might die, but
Isn't there another one as well?
Okay.
don't worry. Just let me try.
Wait, hang on. I'm gonna pick up a sniper rifle. Give me a sec. Okay, or not.
Damn it! I was off.
Well, she's gone. Anyways.
Oh well. I had a medkit though.
Okay.
Oh, my medkit. Wonderful.
I'm gonna take this back. Actually, I can just get a new gun and a new laser, can't I? Yeah. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh. If we can turn our lights back on.
Oh, what? Thank you.
Yeah. Oh wow. Sorry.
Charger. Right.
I'm trying to go left. I got him.
I think I just took you out.
It is.
They're behind. Oh, I'm down. Okay.
What the fuck am I supposed to do?
Shoot him.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but...
I think we're clear. Although there's
Yeah,
music,
you did it.
there's music playing. Something's around. Careful. Ow!
Helping you?
I'm reviving you. It's not working though.
I got hit. There was a zombie.
Oh.
Yeah. I think there's a
So it was if
boomer.
they hit me that it got cancelled.
Something sounded gurgly. It was a gurgly noise. I don't know where the fuck it was.
Healing kit.
Upstairs or? Oh, okay.
Let me patch you up.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, another one. Yoink. Oh, upstairs.
This way to the safe house.
Wait, there's a safe house?
No, there's a...
The
big
signs can be
Oh, I
for
see.
fucking...
I see.
Right, oh. Charger, behind.
Oh! Yep.
Toki?
Yep. Jesus Christ, how many times are they gonna jump me, man?
Well, usually they jump me.
Oh god! One motherfucker just got us both! Fuck.
I'm sitting in a corner swinging my axe. I don't know about you.
I'm pulling back a bit.
I am dying. Because I don't have any ammo.
Okay, hang on. I'm doing the same thing Omega's doing real quick. Okay, where are you?
I got her.
Okay.
Apparently, it wasn't just us two that got. It was also Effie.
God damn.
Ammo anywhere?
There's a Surely the safe house is close though, right?
Boy.
Yeah, it's there. It's here.
Oh. Well, that was easy.
Okay, I want to know how by how much was I off in one-shotting here?
I don't know, because I shot her a bunch with the sniper after that, which you would have thought if you got a bit in, then... I'm starting to think the witches can't be killed in this difficulty.
I'm sure they can, it's just they're so fast and stuff.
I don't know. Does it say, is it going to say the witch damage? Yeah.
It's there for like a split second.
No, it's there.
Was it full?
Yeah, I did 360. And she left. She still just fucked off. Like, get healed, bozo.
Sitting there on 1 HP. Oh, frying pan.
With a better shotgun.
There's still one more.
Up to 1k.
Got it.
Oh.
Classic.
Ooh, adrenaline. Ooh, the fucking the big shotgun. There's a big shotgun. I forgot the name of it. Yeah.
I'll take it.
This looks dangerous.
Be a big shot.
Which?
Again.
Yep.
Uma.
Oh, really?
To the right.
Oh, jockey.
Oh, jockey. Oh, sorry.
You got me.
Oh, sorry. What the? They're just running past me and going for you guys. What the fuck?
Ramaku got spit on.
Yeah, I got hit by
Oh, I see. There's something.
She's on the front somewhere.
Okay.
Here to the right.
Yeah, I think she's in the woods. What am I climbing? What the hell?
Oh, that's not
That's the right shotgun.
Hunter?
Yeah.
Oh, she's getting louder.
Nice.
There's a Molotov here if you want.
Take one.
Heal up, Francis.
Ooh, AK.
A gun's a gun.
But your laser.
Fuck the laser, it's an AK!
She's very loud. Where the fuck is she? Oh, she's in the... She's below us now? Like right below us now.
Yeah, she's right next to the sign.
Right next to the sign.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, Christ, okay.
Ooh, I don't see her.
I like how we have less trouble finding her in the dark.
Well, yeah, because she has a little bit of like a right glow on her.
Yeah, she does, doesn't she?
Oh!
That's not a good sound. Where?
Next to the train?
What part of the train? Oh.
Boomer, come on!
Got it. Oh, we got someone new.
I cannot.
Yeah, I'm going to be
Careful of the witch.
busy for now.
We're good.
I got him. Oh,
Careful, we're good. You crouch jump the train.
I just heard.
Riverside ain't too far from here.
Hold on, let me patch you up.
Thank you.
Anytime.
I think both might work. I think this is just a multiple direction.
Okay.
Medkits and Molotov.
Ah, whoa! Mother. Charger.
Behind us.
Everything is here.
Boomer.
What is this guy? I'm dying, by the way.
I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just gonna heal up real quick.
There's still a Molotov in here.
Ooh, got it. Ooh. Taking a pot shot at the witch for fun. No, because I get fucking deleted and I can't come back. We're playing realism where the witch insta kills. There's no there's no getting down. It's insta kill, and there's no reviving without a defib.
Oh, this is a cute house.
Surely they have like medical stuff here, right?
Well, how medical is a microwave?
Anyone wants a baseball bat?
Yeah, we got guns.
I got one. Oh, guns.
Oh, defib. That's medical.
Oh.
Baseball bat. Charger.
A lot of them.
Oh, yep. Think we're clear?
I'm down.
What? Where are you?
Charger.
I'm outside of the house. Don't know which side though. Near the kitchen, maybe?
I see, yeah. Boomer!
Oh, boomer.
Oh, good. Oh, you've been boomered?
Yeah.
Shit, okay.
Omega has. It's just right down here.
I'm trying to clear these guys, but this isn't looking good.
Boomer's over. Boomer thing's gone.
8 HP.
Okay.
There should still be a
There's
charger
an ambulance. There's an ambulance here.
Ooh.
Charger.
Yep.
Oh, no medicine.
He just hit the wall.
That's truly is the United States. A house full of guns and a defib. An ambulance completely raided.
It would have been good if the adrenaline was in there too.
Thank you.
No, it would have been better if there was a gun in it.
Oh, tank!
Oh, there's a tank.
He's in the distance.
Brother.
I'm gonna try and molly him.
I'm very low on ammo.
There was ammo in the house if you want to walk back a little bit.
Oh, there was an ammo?
Yeah.
Like,
I can walk back with you if you want to be covered.
let's just...
Okay.
I mean, not to the house, just...
Whoa! Wait, you can shoot the rocks he throws? Oh my god. I've been wasting so much time getting hit in the face. Nice.
A safe house should be close anyway. That looks kind of safe housey. And
Yeah, the ominous looking church at the distance, yeah.
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 I mean, it's right there.
Oh yeah,
Safest in
it
the hands of
literally
God.
is right there, yeah. Oh, there's ammo
Be
here.
ready to fight the horde is a bit scary though.
Wait, there's stuff inside the place. There's a med kit, ammo where I am, on the left side. Left it, yeah, there you go.
Medkit?
I got the med
Oh,
kit.
you're good.
Do you need it actually? Hang on.
Oh my god, easy.
I'm taking down.
Okay. Is there anything else? Is that it? Jesus. I'm guessing we have to shoot down the graveyard. I'm just going to throw that out there. Is there any other canisters?
Church guy.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Ready?
I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go outside 1 sec. Okay. Yeah, I'm good. Oh, another canister. Those are a bit too close together.
Oh, they're also gonna come from behind, by the way.
Okay.
There is an open window.
This is very awkward for me.
Oh my
Oh!
god.
Outside, boomer and a fucking smoker. I'm so fucking cooked. I'm just gonna sit in a corner and swing. Get away from me. Don't be near me. Everything is my enemy. Okay, I'm good.
Bigger.
Shit.
Jockey as well.
Where did you go down?
In the spits.
Oh, good. Oh, I'm down.
Goodbye, Cruel World.
You might be fine.
Oh, no, I'm down.
Behind us. I'm trying to cover, but I don't have enough bullets for this. We do have a defib if we can make a comeback.
Wait to see what's actually in the safe house, I would say, because if there's an actual weapon in the safe house, I'd rather have the defib for next round.
Fair.
You'll be okay.
But I don't think we're in yet, so...
Something evil is coming.
I think we should use the defib.
Okay, go for it, yeah, sure.
Where is it?
I thought that was gonna be the end.
Where did you die?
Behind? Back.
Oh, motherfucker.
Oh,
it's
oh no,
over
we're
here.
fine, we're fine. Okay.
Okay.
I just used the fucking adrenaline, god damn it.
Oh, no one picked up the defib still.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
We don't need it.
Maybe it'll be in there.
I hope there's a melee weapon in this one.
Why?
Because I lost mine.
Oh. I thought you were trying to suggest something.
Oh.
Oh, melee weapon. Yeah, actually, no, I don't want the shovel. You can take the shovel. The shovel's garbage.
There's medkits up, but no weapons. Ammo as well.
I need
Oh, there's weapons. Never mind. I lied.
rare weapons. Ooh. AK.
Ammo?
Actually, I might take that sniper. The sniper's nice.
That's better than my plan. What was that?
This is not the CS2 AK or the CS AK.
That is a CS sniper though.
It sounds like the AWP, doesn't it? I think it might actually be the AWP. Is it the AWP?
It doesn't have a spray pattern? It does not have a spray pattern. Okay.
No, I don't think the guns have the spray patterns from CS. You just have to crouch and shoot, to be honest.
Smoker, thank you.
Jockey as well, but he
To the
failed.
left side of the buses.
He's struggling to get up.
Nice.
Some CS weapons still live for dead too.
There's a hole in the wall here.
Makes sense.
Make sure to refresh your ammo before you hop down if you use lots.
Oh yeah. Alright. I'm coming.
How many would it be?
Sorry, I was having a good time sniping. Is there anything in here? Oh, is this where we're supposed to go?
Probably, maybe.
Oh.
Oh, defib.
Nice.
No, the shit behind us.
Yep.
My medkit.
Your medkit? Hang on. Got it. Charger, inside.
Spitter somewhere.
Yeah.
Got her.
bomb? No, that's a can. Never mind.
Explosive ammo. Oh, I'm
The smoked?
Oh, good.
And the pan is from I mean, the pan is obviously from TF2.
Oh, you have a still? Okay.
Ooh.
What you got? Explosive.
Explosive AWP, let's go. Where the fuck are we supposed to
Shoot
go?
Ramaku with it this time.
Tank? That's smart.
They're so fucking growing, yeah.
Maybe we weren't supposed to go here. I think this was just loot.
Boomer. I think we were supposed to get to the other side of the buses this way. Starter?
Jesus Christ!
Boomer inside the house.
Oh, yeah. Get back. Okay. No, this is it.
No, I'm hearing sound.
Oh. Ah.
There he is.
Oh God! Ow!
Oh fuck!
Did you just bile yourself?
I bowed Ramaku.
Oh no!
You have a car?
Oh! Oh, I'm behind a car.
Okay, seems Ramaku didn't get hit by it actually. We're good.
What?
Car again! So many cars!
Ramaku, well.
Where are you?
I'm fading behind you.
Hang on, I can help.
Rock.
I tried to baseball it.
My tank.
Back off! Back the fuck off! Back the fuck off! Oh! Just died right in front of me. Jesus Christ. So cool. That was funny.
Watch the live man die.
Oh, he's a piece of shit.
Medkit. Someone needs it?
Actually, yeah. I can give a med kit, to be fair, if anyone needs one.
You need one.
I haven't downed. I'm just, suffering, but I haven't been downed.
Charger.
That was a good call.
Bye.
Oh, help! Smoker! In the house! Oh, we're dead. We're dead!
No! No! I can't, I'm sorry.
He wasn't even
I can't get enough of the fucking slap that Charger just did to you. He just went, fuck this. And just knocked you down.
I didn't even... He wasn't even in range for me.
He was right in front of you.
Yeah, but I still had like
Well,
a few seconds.
The witch can't reach us, right?
I'm pretty sure she can, because there's a ladder here.
Oh, is there a ladder? Oh.
On the left side.
She's on the other side of the buses, yeah. I mean, it's gonna take her a while to get here, right? Do you wanna try? Should we try? Should we try?
Can you see her?
Yeah, she's on the left, yeah.
Oh, there, I see.
Yeah.
Well, go for it if you want to. What's the worst thing happens, we reset, and we're
Alright,
right here anyway.
I'll startle her, I can handle this. Ready?
Yeah.
Alright,
better.
I'm gonna do it.
Oh, she did.
Yeah. Yeah! Oh, baby! Also, I think I shot you, Ramico, apparently, which...
Yeah.
You weren't even in my scope, so I don't know how I hit you. It's just...
I don't even think I took damage.
Yeah, it's just the display said I hit you somehow, and I don't know how.
Smoker somewhere?
Yep. Look for the stinky. Oh my god, I am fucking dirty with this gun. Was that him? No, that wasn't him. There's a horde. Ah, he's on me! Thank
I
you.
got him.
Thank you. Oh, Jesus, that's you. Help! Sorry, I was covering the door and you just came right in. Anything in here this time? Ooh.
I need to move out again.
No! Oh my god, I almost threw a molly at our feet. Anyway, explosive ammo.
I kinda wish you did. That would be funny. Shitter.
Yeah. That sounds like something I would do.
Oh, there's a med kit on that zombie at the distance I just killed. On the left, there's a med kit.
Actually, I'm the only one that has one.
Yeah, it's all good. I think we got it. Oh, pipe. Oh, sorry, pipe bomb as well. I think Ramaku picked it up. Oh, someone picked it up. Oh no, there it is. There it is. Yeah, yeah.
Is it mine to take?
Effie's got it. I got the pipe bomb.
I have more of the medkit I have.
Yeah, Effie picked it up. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Reloading.
Charge it. I keep trying to fucking counter strafe with this.
Jockey?
Jockey?
What have we got in here? Is there something on the table? Oh, is there a deagle? Deagle on the table?
Hell yeah.
A boomer ball.
Oh no, I got pipe.
Behind us?
Nice. Nice. Is there anything in here? I guess not. What is with... We both missed! We still both missed! Like, that's the... What was up with that zombie, man? What the fuck?
That's good.
Oh, back of the truck. Did we check that?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Molly inside?
Oh, my bad.
Sorry. And a bar bomb, if anyone is missing a slot. Bar bomb on the floor.
One behind.
Oh, nice.
It jumped over me?
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh. I've still got explosive because the fucking... Is that another deagle? Oh, it's a Glock.
Boomer as well. Ground.
Chainsaw.
Nice. Oh, god damn it.
Also, don't forget the medkit here.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm stuck. Oh, there you go.
I'm gonna need these.
Oh, we're just back out here.
It says Matt this way, friends.
Yeah, it's a dead end here.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry.
There's a sign there.
Ah! Boomer. Yeah.
You?
Defib?
You're gonna want to see this.
There's a defib back here.
I am joking.
You got it.
Loki isn't dead. Loki isn't dead. No.
She just shut the door. is a Ramaku in there? You can open cubicles.
Weapons, medkit, ammo, down.
Machete?
This'll do some damage.
Cover me.
Weapons. Ooh, I think I'll take this. Is this the auto? That's 7.
Ammo here.
I see. Alright, everybody ready?
Ready.
Can we ever just get ammo without, like, conditions? Can we just...
Got ammo like 3 times without conditions. This map.
Yeah.
Right, Loki. Let's go.
Waiting for a tank to just spawn under me and flip the car. What? Just fucking phased on top of the car. What the fuck? Is someone booming in there?
I boomed out before.
Oh, I see. Oh, the building's on fire.
Yeah, for a Molotov.
Yeah, it just made it look very cinematic. Ooh.
We need to find our way to the safe room, by the way.
Oh.
I need to keep moving.
I'm in danger then.
Oh.
Jockey.
Jockey?
There's a pipe bomb, just careful. Yeah.
Okay.
You want to heal real quick, Digby? I can't cover you.
Sure.
Oh, I can't cover you anymore.
God damn, I'm good.
I'm sorry, I got fucking dragged away by a soldier.
Just the shift immediately.
Yeah, no.
Get off of me.
Oh.
Are we in?
I think we still have to go. Yeah, we still have to go this way.
Oh, my bad. Very low on ammo here, Jesus. You got it, I got it. He's not dead though.
Ammo here, inside the hub.
Oh.
Can I get a trade you, Lucky?
What?
I would like your pills.
Oh, I'm dead.
Right.
Are you guys okay? Are we good? I'm trying to keep this window clear. Okay, we've got a minute, sort of. They're still coming though. Oh, Christ.
Let's try.
Where's the ammo? Oh, thank God. Oh, my lord. No kits. No.
Oh, charge on the house.
Horde as well. Where are you? Where are you?
I went ahead. No. Well, I got the defib on me, so it's all good.
Just get into the house if you can.
Are we at the safe house?
big bonus.
Okay, I got the door, I got the door. Spit it.
Oh, please don't spit here.
That's...
Oh, I'm down. I'm down. Easy. Oh. We got a defib. We still got a defib. Oh, they're coming again. Oh, that's so bad. Jockey, jockey, jockey. Behind. Thank you.
Hunter as well.
Oh, I'm down. Oh, this is bad. Just hearing Omega's character screaming. Jesus Christ.
I'm about to die if I get it again.
I'm black and white, but...
Welcome to the club, man.
Same here.
Yeah.
Everyone's
Oh, we
fucking
all black and white?
Yep.
Oh, we're here! We made it! We made it! Let's go! Go, shut the fucking door!
If I shut it earlier, they'd look at me.
God damn. Oh, that was awful.
Yeah, we did it
And
though.
that was like Dark Carnival, but 3 times longer. Goddamn.
Oh,
let's go.
Black and white gaming.
oh, we're still black and
Wait,
white.
you're still black and white? I mean, there's medkits here for everyone.
I mean, we could use the defib if we just kill someone and then...
I'm down.
No, thank you. Don't do it.
Do you want to take trip?
Yeah, sure, I'd like to see what's on the other side.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah, it's a bit boring back there. I had to watch this guy called Omega aim badly. Is there a...
Didn't miss a single shot on you.
Ooh, fire axe, let's go.
Oh, another defib.
Oh, you guys are gone,
Fun.
Jesus.
Hey, okay, let's go.
Nice. Wait, did you guys all consume the medkits? Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, we roll at 1.
Okay, so I'm the only one with a medkit, I see.
Yeah. 2 Molotovs here.
Nice.
Harder.
Jesus.
How did I not?
I love when your character yells that there's an item around and you didn't see it yourself. There's pills somewhere in the house. I don't know where.
What?
Oh.
I'm in the house, so I don't care.
Okay, I'm gonna block the door, I guess.
I'm blocking the other door, yeah, as well. Well, they're shoving me out.
They are doing the same to me, but I got it.
I'm good.
Okay. So there's I found a deagle. There's a deagle in the back room.
There's a Molotov here now.
Molotov.
Thank you. Wait, I don't see any of these items you people are talking about.
I'm also seeing the pills. My character just shouted, "Hey, there's pills here!" I'm still looking.
Where are the pills? I really want these pills. There's a coffee mug.
Did I have a fever dream? Did I just
I
not say it?
I'm
to hear it?
I'm pretty sure he did say it, but like
I'm so confused. Is it outside?
there's nothing out. There's nothing that would
Oh, it
suggest.
is outside.
What?
I found them.
Oh, for God's sakes! Okay.
On the fucking porch. Right here.
We can get to the river through here.
I hate the water.
Good shit.
Is there anything left in here? No.
Jockey?
Might be behind. Oh, no, it's just a zombie. I suppose we should probably keep moving. Yeah. Hunter.
I think. He was trying to pee.
Oh, pills!
First thing.
I saw the pills before he said it.
Pipe bomb and Molotov.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff here.
Oh, we have another house defense.
Yeah.
Medkit. Upstairs with a pipe bomb and a Molotov.
Have we got another deagle? A lot of deagles. What else? I said make it
recommendation.
Oh, 4 more medkits.
Ammo anywhere?
Yes, outside with the other 4 medkits.
Wait, where?
And another defib.
I don't like how much stuff is here.
I'm also concerned. And another deagle.
Why does it keep going? Why are they everywhere? What does it mean? I don't know if I want to use them. Oh man. Okay.
There's 5 of them right now.
You know what? I'm gonna eat this. Fuck it. Yeah.
I'm healing.
There's also another defib upstairs. Oh no, sorry, here. There's another medkit upstairs.
Is a zombie clipping through the ground? Yeah, he is. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Everybody got every slot filled, apart from.
I guess.
Medicine one.
Do we want to?
Alright,
We
ship
probably
it.
don't want to shut the doors, do we? We want to make sure that we know what the fuck is coming. I'm just gonna like stand at the top of the stairs. I think.
Got a minigun here.
Oh.
Oh.
Balcony.
Oh. Okay, I guess you got that. Oh, so
No,
there's
you got-
2 stairs to cover.
that's-
There's also they'll just climb the balcony as well. So. All right.
You may not have known,
you
but,
ready?
The minigun is not a melee weapon, so I don't care for it.
Yeah, we're ready. Alright, let's fucking do it. I don't have full angle here, like I can't aim past that floodlight.
Yeah, they're always in shitty angles.
It's weird, I can aim more to the right than I can to the left. It's fucking... Oh, I see them coming from behind the trees.
Good luck. Have fun.
Bye-bye.
Play.
Oh boy.
One's in.
Oh, jockey.
They're trickling through.
I was just
think you're fine.
Thought I needed to
Yeah.
rescue Ramaku because he said jockey.
No, I'm just calling when they're getting past. I don't know if... Yeah. Oh, they're coming up. Yeah, okay. Ow. Who just punched me? Oh, it might have been a zombie.
Boomer somewhere.
I'm just gonna stay here.
Yeah, me too.
Smoker on the roof.
Our roof?
Yeah.
I can't see it.
Oh, charger too. Charger in the house.
Okay, the minigun's no longer safe?
I don't know, I still feel safe. Don't know what that's... Yep,
No!
I got him.
Thank you.
Oh, they're getting in. I'm gonna molly the front.
see there's a pipe bomb here still. Alright.
What are we waiting for?
Radio.
Like a ship or something?
Oh, what? How did I get biled? Yeah, I guess we're waiting for something to happen, right? I mean, we're not supposed to go anywhere, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting. Since there is
On your degree.
a lot of water.
Yep. So much over here.
Shotgun just somewhere?
Man, versus is gonna be.
Yeah,
nasty.
charge in the house. You got me in the house. Behind you. Oh my god. Thank you.
Heal yourself.
Oh.
Tank.
That also works.
Wait.
Somewhere I just heard.
Left.
Yeah. Oh, I can't reach him. Yeah, he's below
Try to
us.
put him.
Oh, he's climbing up.
Sorry? What? Oh! Oh, you're trying to...
Is he
Oh!
climbing or not?
Oh, I see. Careful. I think he's coming for me now, isn't he?
Oh no, it's me! He turned around and a boomer. I can't see shit now. He's going in the house?
I'm trying to cover you, but... where'd he go?
Yeah,
Oh, he's behind us! Oh, God! He's down. Tank dead.
I have perished to the boomer all.
Where are you still where you were?
I'm left of the machine gun downstairs.
Someone defend us?
Trying.
Adrenaline?
Thank you.
They're coming through again, watch out.
There's somewhere, careful.
Inside's dead.
Try and get back upstairs if you can. Oh shit. Oh, what? Oh, charger and jockey.
Save us, Ramiku.
Jesus Christ, this pistol does nothing. Hunter. He's inside. He's attacking Effie. He's dead. I'm gonna perish. Yep.
Smacked.
I have a defib.
Okay.
Black and white though.
Yeah.
Burn.
I did have a... Oh no, I didn't have a medkit on me.
Oh, jockey on me.
Oh shit! He's still coming. He's not dead. He's next to you. Yeah. Jesus. Oh my god.
There is a medkit in my body.
Oh, charger!
Ah. Okay. It's so weird because it felt like we had it under control.
Right?
Yeah. Oh god, I'm black and white again.
Oh, you have to do the
want,
entire thing.
We don't have to defib anymore.
What? Where's the defib?
It's on me.
Oh, the defib's here.
Oh.
Right. Well.
Damn it! I was gonna try and get you.
I'm not black and white though.
Oh, true. I thought we were all black and white.
No.
I guess I could try the deagle out. Does it reload?
It's nice if you get down, because it one-shots.
Oh, you get to keep it when you get downed. Okay, that's actually kind of nice.
And it always one-shots common.
Yeah. Okay, that does actually sound pretty baller. Okay. Do that.
Okay.
There's a smoker around here.
Oh. I just shot a letterbox because I thought it was a zombie.
Pipe bomb on the port.
There's a spitter.
Your bomb.
Yeah.
Got it.
Where was it? Someone took
I'm
it
Ramiku
over.
now.
I got it.
Oh, my hand reached out for something. Oh, it's a pistol.
Never mind.
What's in the oh, pills.
Ew.
Yeah.
Oh, you got-
Yeah. Yeah, no, we weren't doing a... Oh!
Dude, that fucker was pre-charging. He was
Watch
already
out.
running before I saw him. Oh. Pipe bomb?
Ooh. Zoink.
Wait.
Haha! Here, catch. You can have it. Wait, can I actually give it if I right click?
I don't
Maybe.
think so.
Wait, hang on. No, I just punched you. Okay.
There will be more in the house, and we're pretty much there.
Oh yeah.
Just
Okay.
don't walk too fast, though. Someone's limping.
Someone. It's always the same fucking someone.
Sorry, man. Can't help getting fucking charged from around the corner into jockey.
I'm sorry. I just.
Alright, man. Wonder why I'm limping now, huh?
There's a Molotov here. Pipe bomb.
You were like lurking in the dark. You can. Oh, okay. 2 pipe bombs. We've got 2 fucking pipe bombs here. Jesus.
Oh, the medkit upstairs has been replaced by a gasoline thing. There's a.
Oh, that's not
There's a
ideal.
Molotov and pipe bomb.
Oh, I'm swapping out my pipe bomb for a molly. There's 2 pipes up there now.
Any medkits and 2 defense. Actually, hold up.
Ooh. I might try the shotgun. Fuck it. This could be good. Everything is very close quarters here. Okay. And right click. Oh, I just tried it. Punched her.
Was there no pipe
Being
bomb
down as well.
outside? Yeah, outside.
There's 2 in the house. There's 2 in this house and 2 in the other house.
I see.
Yeah,
Alright.
yeah.
I'm outside. I'm outside.
Oh, and there's also a pipe bomb on the balcony
Oh,
with a
they're here.
molly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm ready.
Yep, me too. Anybody want to hit
Ready?
the radio?
Go.
Or... Yep, yep. Sorry, I'm just keeping it spinning.
But your
It's just
accuracy.
easier. Well, it's just better if it's spinning, so then I can just shoot when I need to. You know?
Does it have like a load time or something?
Yeah. It's like a second or so. I can't reach that.
On me, Hunter. In the house. Thank you.
There's a charger somewhere.
Oh, please no. Wrecked boy.
Sorry?
Okay, we got a minute.
Stop on your bomb.
Oh, they all just came through the right, sorry. I couldn't see them.
Later. Jockey in the house.
Where?
Dead.
Oh, okay. Is anyone downstairs? Okay, I'm gonna molly it.
Not downstairs.
Just get a bit of tank music.
Hunter.
He's on the right, he's on the right.
Right, I'll go distract them.
I don't know where he is though, I can't see him. Oh, there he is.
Buddy, wanna... Hello? Okay.
It's all good.
climbing.
It's all good, it's all good. He should be dead soon. Oh, I fell.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, yeah. I managed to...
Ammo.
Oh, that's a good shot. Boomer as well.
They charged under the house.
Oh, I got boomed.
Oh, Boomer's upstairs. He's upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
If you want.
I may have just double boomed you.
Fall down.
Try and get back in. You got it? Okay. The jumpy guy, I forgot his name.
Hunter somewhere?
Yeah, he's under.
Ow!
So, I'm sorry.
Hunter dead. Charger. Coming from the right. Ow. Got him.
Jockey. Around somewhere.
Is it ammo
Oh,
time?
he's on the right, on the left side of the house. Getting in now.
Inside!
Oh! Outside to the left! Thank you.
Hunter to the right. Boomer.
Oh, that was weird.
Charger. Okay, got it.
Nice. Got him. Tank music.
To the left.
Left?
Far left.
Oh, I can't reach that. Where is...
Oh!
Like far, or is he under us? Oh, there he is.
Far left. He's almost in the house.
Yeah, he's probably gonna be in now.
Oh, he's coming.
Outside.
Outside?
Yeah,
Upstairs or
back to the house.
downstairs? Oh, okay.
Downstairs. I'm bringing him to the front now.
Fuck, I'm constantly like limping around different parts of the house.
Oh, what?
I got the
I
boomer.
boomered again. I think just let me die here. Do not have what happened last time.
You have a defib.
Yeah.
Tank is dead.
I can pipe bomb if you want a defib.
That was our defib.
Effie's got it, Effie's
had
got
one
it.
and Effie got the other.
I can't fucking do anything about these ones.
I even hunted me right off after.
Jesus Christ. Oh! The boat's here!
I boomered again.
Goodbye,
Someone
buddy.
defend us! Someone defend us!
I'm trying, but I'm using a Gatling gun, so it's very awkward.
Okay, we're leaving! Go!
Go!
Right, I got all my shit.
Oh, that's all the way left.
Oh, it's over there.
All the way left. Be there.
Are we good?
We're good.
There's a tank. Keep going.
Shoot the rock.
Are we all here? Yeah. Fuck yeah! Wait!
What the I was that was on purpose, you bitch.
Yeah, it was.
What?
Is it gonna say in memory of? Oh no,
Did you make it?
She did. She got shot on the boat by Omega.
I just downed her because I saw someone on 1 HP. I wanted to do it before I got on the boat, but Ramiku was in the way.
This bitch. I'll remember that. Ain't getting healed tonight.
I'm healing anyway. I'll fucking heal myself.
Or
one person will get the heal.
Solo heal?
I'm down.
Didn't make it.
You wanna play Picto tonight, Effie?
Ew, no.
Oh.
Which one are we doing? We have done first.
We just did Death Toll.
The greenhouse.
I am having visions.
You have visions every time we load them.
You know, you're worse than Bill. Holy shit.
This is gonna crash.
That plane's headed right for the airport. I say we head there too.
We can't stay up here forever.
A plane going to the airport? That's crazy. What the fuck?
Oh my god, everyone keeps like shuffling me around. You fucking lunatics. Like, God.
There's a pistol, or did someone pick it up?
Is there a pistol?
Yeah, Omega.
So I dropped it from here.
Oh, it's in between. Oh my god. Okay, I got it.
What? Oh, you as in literally dropped it there. God, I hate this submachine gun.
Oh, I mean, we got 20 of them.
That's a good point.
My melee kills. My statistics. My horse.
I can't believe you shot me in the head. I don't even like melee.
I didn't have time to melee because you were on the edge of the fucking boat.
Yeah, because she was trying to survive. she wasn't. She didn't want to get shot. Maybe.
A real man would clobber me to death.
Alright.
Bitch.
Are you trying to kill him?
No.
Oh god, I hate this fucking gun.
Hunter.
Got him?
No, he jumped.
He's
to the
dead.
left.
He's dead.
Okay.
Oh, we have special ammo.
Oh.
Oh.
Yep.
You got him, right?
Yeah.
Special ammo. Got incendiary.
Nice. There you go. Now you two can set each other on fire. Hello
You
there.
mean you two?
It's like you're having a fight.
We are beefing.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Oh, you're in there. What the fuck? Okay.
Molotovs over here.
Molly? Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh! What the fuck? Why is he just standing there?
We need to go up that ladder.
Yellow letter in my video game.
Disgusting.
Smoker behind us. On me, hey, behind us.
Got him.
Nice, thank you.
Some cereal.
Man, I'm hungry now.
It's so annoying that everything looks like something, and I hate it just because of this difficulty. Ooh, pipe bomb as well.
Rocky.
Deagle.
Jesus Christ, man.
Well, I don't have the fiery ammo, so I don't know how it got burned, but... Wait, you said
I
deagle?
love this picture. Look at it.
Permanent
So good.
deagle? Oh, that's cool. Oh, wait, no, that's... Oh, I just picked up your other pistol.
Here, behind you. Behind you. My hamster is pointing at it. Look at it. So good. I love him.
He's so peaceful.
Yeah, in this room, right? It's gone.
You went downstairs,
Was it the one
right? Yeah, it was. I got your pistol instead.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Submachine gun.
Ugh.
Boomer close by.
You mean the ones that we could get at the start?
Literally the same one, yeah.
That's crazy.
I hate this gun.
But that one won't have it. It's in your... Yeah. What the fuck?
Oh, boomer. Okay, you're very fucked. Oh,
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I can't see anything. Oh my god. Sorry, Omega.
Don't worry about
it. Look, he was biled, okay? I just figured, fuck this.
Oh, great, but I was there with him, blessing him.
Oh.
Thanks.
Look, the horde was alerted. We were fucked. So I figured, why not just use him?
I thought you were sorry because you hit me once.
No. I was cutting our losses.
Alright, I'm getting a drink.
Maybe we'll get a defib, right? Oh, we're at the end. We
We're
made
already
it.
here.
Hey, it's fine. See.
Psychotic behavior, honestly.
Oh, it wasn't.
What the fuck? I can't even grab a drink in peace.
It wasn't psychotic behavior when he deliberately shot you in the head.
I mean, that's different. That was just a funny.
Yeah, but you show
one anyway.
You can both be psychotic, okay?
What do you mean? It was fine. It was the last level.
Look at it this way. We don't have to heal him now. Look, he's fine.
Thank you, Remy.
Always.
We've got an extra med kit now because he doesn't need to be healed.
Yeah.
Do you really want a pat on your back?
Yes. Is there a spare one? Who wants it?
I think we have a spare one.
I guess we can just heal Omega because he's got the least health. Quick, get him! Get him! I will down you again.
You can dodge both of us.
Why must the door have two fucking animations to get open?
This weapon is so ass.
Just got the melee weapon. I guess you can't anymore.
I got the bat.
I lost my melee weapon
Oh.
to dying, so I had to pick the one up in the safe house.
Well, maybe don't die.
Yeah, maybe don't fucking try to progress and get fucking hunted into boomer into.
Yeah. Stick together as
Maybe-
a team.
I was right there with people.
You were on the ground on your own while we were at the top of the truck, okay?
Shotguns and rifle.
Ooh. Oh, that's a good shotgun as well. Look, you can be mad all you want, but I made an executive decision and it all worked out.
You executed him, indeed.
Yeah.
I think it was funny. It's a bit psychotic, but, you know, anything for content, right?
I mean, you gotta just act in the moment. You can't think about these things.
Yeah, it's in the past.
Yeah.
Can't change it.
Yeah.
Just how me rescuing you into a damage down is gonna be in the past after it happened.
Are we climbing or are we going in the rooms?
I think we're going up.
I think we're climbing.
Oh. How did you get there?
Hunter?
That is a good question. Maybe through quantum travel? Nobody was looking at the walls, so it decided to
Jockey's all. I got
appear.
him.
Is that a grenade launcher?
Might be.
I can't pick it up.
Do this.
Oh, I can pick it up. How does this work?
You shoot grenades.
I think it's
If
just.
you shoot it at your feet, you get to jump higher.
Oh, just like in
Yeah,
TF2.
have you never played Team Fortress?
Yeah. Although I always thought that was the rocket launcher, not the grenade. Well, I suppose if you use the sticky grenades.
Yeah, never mind. Could also do it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a witch somewhere.
Oh, I started the thing.
That's great.
It's fine.
I love these executive orders.
Look, I'll be honest. I saw the prompt, and I was like, "Oh, shiny."
Why are they walking away after I put Boomer Bell down?
I don't know, but I'm gonna blow these guys up. Witch? You know where is the witch actually?
Up
Oh,
here.
yeah, next.
Charge it. Spit it. Oh my god, did I just deflect a fucking smoker tongue?
Where is he?
Oh, we're good. Yeah, see, he's fine.
Where?
Yeah, smoke
Which is
ahead.
there.
One more smoke ahead, though. I can see the smoke.
I think I just smacked it away, like smacked the tongue away with that before it even caught me.
Where'd you go?
I don't know. It was here somewhere.
Yeah, it was right here.
Here to the left of us.
Tank. Oh, there he is.
Oh boy.
Where is he? Oh god.
I don't want to get thrown off.
I got adrenaline. Okay. Right. God, I can't shoot! Oh, fuck this.
We got him.
Yep. I got you.
Can't shoot or don't want to shoot?
As in, if I shoot, I kill everybody. Because he's just in front
Right
of me.
grenade launcher.
Yeah.
Exactly. Can't or don't want to.
I mean, I suppose don't want to. Careful.
Mine. That's right.
Oh, she's getting up, she's getting up.
It's fine. She's just growling. She's just growling.
Just wait, wait for her to sit down again.
Actually, I'm using that too.
Alright.
On you.
She's still growling.
Zoe, maybe.
Okay, we have to go quick. Go quick to the right. Did you just... Where did you go?
Jockey.
To where we need to go.
Oh.
Left.
I was trying to play safe, but I guess not. Oh no! Oh no! I got him. This is very difficult playing with a grenade launcher, because I don't want to kill myself.
Boomer! On me!
Oh, that's you, okay.
Sitting in the corner.
Yep. Ooh, okay. I don't want the grenade launcher anymore.
There's a sniper here.
That's decent. Actually, no, it's not. I think the grenade launcher's still better. Is that another witch, or is that still the same witch?
I think it's the same one.
Okay.
M-Force.
Yes. Hey.
Oops. I thought that was the door to the other room.
Nice. There we go.
Hey Bill, what's your favorite?
Pipe bomb.
Oh, inside the room. Oh, I got a molly. Effie, you got it. Yeah.
Where is it?
Why are you trying to like level your sneaking?
No, I'm waiting for people to fucking get there. Oh, charter.
Oh.
Okay.
Is there anything in here? Oh, there's got to be some goodies in here. How can you, like, work in an office and not have a shot of adrenaline somewhere just lying around?
First aid.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I suppose we could carry spurs.
Right, you healed me already.
I'm healing you.
You're welcome.
Well, Omega's dying now somehow.
I will say that I did not get hit by zombies.
Reloading.
Uh-huh.
Just run in front of my gun. What?
You do that a lot, like genuinely.
I was going through the door and Omega cut before me as I was shooting.
I know what you mean. No, that's what I mean. Is that Omega always walks in front of people while they're shooting.
Right. I will say, the first shot that was on me. The next two, I was nowhere near zombies.
Uh.
I need ammo.
Ammo?
Yeah.
Jesus.
No, I need ammo. I haven't.
Which?
Oh. I don't. What's happening over here? Is she in here or? Oh, sorry.
I don't know. I heard her when we went down.
Right.
Eagle.
Oh, I'll get that in a second.
Smoke.
Smoker.
Oh.
Oh. Are we inside? Are we all inside?
I'm outside.
Oh, okay.
I need to reload. Got it. No.
God, I'm trying so hard to clear these, but they keep coming. I could make another executive decision.
I'm sure the safe house is right there anyway. Smile.
Oh shit. Do we need a minute to heal, or I got one?
Now safe house is here.
Okay.
Let's see.
Is there anything in here? Oh, pipe bomb. Inside this side room. Is there anything else before we continue?
Where?
It's in the corner. Sorry, yeah. Wait, who opened the door?
Close it!
Francis.
That 1k damage I did to the tank was like 2 shots. I couldn't get any more in because he was just in front of you all. What is that? I'm not getting highlights on guns anymore, or like anything. It's weird.
Well, yeah, realism.
No, you get highlights when you get up to them. Like, to let you know that there's a prompt to pick it up, but I didn't get them anymore. Okay.
Everybody stop a sec. I gotta heal.
What?
Auto sniper?
Guns and Deagle.
Deagle?
I know we gotta move, but I gotta heal you.
God damn.
Okay, God.
Oh. That was, I saw 2 things fighting. I just randomly picked one thing to shoot. It was you. I don't know what it is. It's just so easy to shoot you sometimes, like on purpose and accidentally. Can we climb this?
Guns.
Wowie! Just like
fire things here.
fire things?
Canisters?
Yeah.
Ooh. Ooh.
Concerning.
Wait, do we need to be up?
We've been climbing, yeah. Don't need to be, I guess. It's just good stuff here. Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy. You can't hit from up. Oh, we need to.
Generator situation.
Ah.
No, we don't need this for that.
I've got a canister here.
Need to be ready to fight the horde though.
I'm gonna hide. Oh, this is such a good corner here to just chill in, isn't there?
Let me know when we're ready.
Oh, that just fucking went. Why? Okay.
Sure, send it.
Yeah, I'm good.
There you go.
I'm gonna have a good old time here.
This is gonna be good.
What am I hearing?
Over?
I heard it, yeah.
Guess he missed.
Ah, shit.
Oh.
I got pulled down.
Oh.
And I'm hunted. And I'm spitted.
Is it executive decision time?
You motherfucker! Come down and help me!
Fine.
Over to the in front of us. Thank you.
Oh, I'm getting smoked from the very end. He's at the end. Help.
Hang on.
Oh my god. I went down to help you and this is what I get. Charge it. I'm right. Did you just set me on fire?
I did not see you.
I'm in spit. I'm in fire and spit. Jesus Christ.
Something. I've seen this story before. I can move on.
God damn it.
Do we have a defense?
I don't think so. Oh, Effie just got one shot. Jesus Christ.
Armico, where are you? I'm scared.
I do have a med
On
kit
Digby's corpse, but I can't. I already have it. Freaking mistake.
She's dead.
Two rocks. Mm-hmm.
She's dead.
He's freaking dead.
Huh? Let's get out of here.
Did you just teabag?
No.
Uh-huh.
I was fucking miles away from her.
Did you know that that's actually toxic nowadays? Not allowed to teabag.
Can't be as toxic as killing someone on purpose.
Yeah, to specify on purpose. Listen, I didn't kill you on purpose. I used you to kill the enemies. Jockey.
Not as toxic as sacrificing someone on purpose.
I mean, you can't sacrifice someone accidentally, can you?
Of course you can.
How? I mean, okay. I would argue that a lot of sacrifices are purposeful, like intentional.
Most of them, yeah, the large majority.
Yeah. Well, like, oops, I sacrificed you on a ritual altar.
What? My swing didn't go through.
Let me heal you.
Stand still. I'm gonna fix you.
Thank you.
Okay.
There's no medkit.
There's a molly. There's a molly back there, beside the
Good eye.
E.
Weapons here.
Wait, why is that also not going on? Huh?
You're being watched, Omega. Just know this. I got my eye on you. You're using a fucking nightstick.
This was the only melee weapon that was there. It would have been a fire axe if you didn't kill me.
If I didn't sacrifice you.
Same difference.
There's a jockey and splitter, careful.
All behind us.
And
That should be fine.
Hunter. Spitter's still alive. Oh.
If you go into the door, on the left will be...
That's what I mean. He just runs in front of people shooting.
Be careful, there will be like somewhere.
What do you mean? I was
There's a
looking the other way. The witch is just behind that door, be careful. I see her.
Oh god, yeah, she is right there.
I'm kinda limp.
You know you can free can, right?
Wait, what? How?
Press space.
No, you can't. No, you. What?
I am in free can. You
I'm-
find a way to switch camera.
No.
Do we
I'm
just
gonna
book
see
it?
if-
When
I'm
I
gonna
press...
see if we can do the other. If there's a door here somewhere somehow.
When I press space, I'm in a free can.
I only get third
Alright, I guess
person.
we run.
Maybe it's host?
Just
Maybe.
hold my hand. We going.
You can go fast. Just go fast. Just go,
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 go.
go,
Oh,
no!
You don't bile him!
It's fine.
Just keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Why would you bile him? There's a boomer.
I'm bald now. The idea was that if
There's
the witch
a
got
hunter
startled,
as
I'd
well.
ball the witch, and then there was a charger and I panicked, okay?
Instead, you got startled and you biled Kramik.
Hunter again.
Again?
I don't think he died.
Boomer. Oh
don't
my
shoot it!
god. How many fucking boomers? Oh, that's rude.
Okay.
Activate free camera.
We were so
sounds.
doomed
Oh,
anyway.
really?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No, I'm full.
Okay, okay.
Hmm. Am I missing anything? Okay.
Okay. And
Fucking. Oh! Where was AK? Is it on top of the stairs?
Got
Oh,
a
yeah.
weapon here.
And a deagle!
Behind you. Weapons here.
Shotgun.
monitor.
Alright, I'm gonna fight over.
Weapon over here.
Okay. Watch out behind you. So they all just came from the front.
Yeah.
Come on, let's do it.
Okay. Do we have any more canisters? Oh, you started
One
it.
down here.
Okay.
Yeah. It's fine.
Charge it.
Oh, spit. Yucky, I can't get out.
Are you on the ground?
No, I'm right one level below you.
What are you doing?
The spit covered everything.
That's not.
I went to grab the canister that you wanted.
Get here.
try and cover you, but...
Oh, jockey's on us.
Oh god, I fell. Jesus Christ. There's a way up inside the building.
I may have also fallen.
The path is clear.
Is it? Okay.
The ladder. Let's get up.
Which way is the path, sorry? I don't know where you guys are. Oh, over
Down,
there.
Down.
I see, I see. Which way now? Oh, there! Oh, I just did a fucking circle for no reason.
Hunter? Above.
Yep.
There's a witch somewhere.
Oh, charger.
Yep.
Oh, you
Spit it.
bitch.
I thought that was Rami too. It was a zombie.
This is what I mean. Shoot first, check later.
There's a Goodbye.
Is that is that the witch? Is that the witch? I think we have to go that way now.
I think so too.
Well, there is
Right, hang on. We got 2 shotguns, right? Or
I
not?
don't think it's good enough. Do we have 4 melee weapons?
Yes.
Nope.
You want me to melee her?
I mean, if all 4 of us had a melee weapon for 250, she would be dead.
I mean, my shotgun's
I have a
fast.
deagle.
I mean, if Effie pulls with the deagle and we just go crazy. Yeah?
What if I throw a Molotov down this alleyway? She burns, she comes running, and then you fire, maybe?
Yeah.
But then we can't shotgun her and we have to just try to...
I don't think you can one-shot kill her with a shotgun.
No, but I can do a lot of damage with it.
There's a jockey
You will
somewhere.
die.
But, no. My point being, if someone else pulls and then the shotgun does all the shit. If someone else pulls and then we just go crazy...
I'll pull her.
Okay, hang on, mate.
You better run.
Charge it! I have 1 HP. Let me just pull before you fucking kill me.
Yeah, let me know when you're gonna do it.
We're gonna do it in 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, she's still alive! Oh, she's dead. We got her! Good job, guys!
Boys night.
Is there a spare med? No.
Defib? No.
I can't come over yet. We do have meds if... Oh, you're doing it, okay. What is with you and boomers?
They're just... Either I run around the corner and they're there, or they run around the corner and I'm there. Maybe you'd have these issues if you were in front. I don't fucking know.
Oh,
fucking hiding in the back, complaining people are taking damage.
I'm not hiding in the back. I'm limping.
Yeah, I'm also limping and I'm still tanking the shit because I'm in first.
Uh-huh.
God. Katana. Ninja sword? Anyone?
Oh, that sounds awesome, but no, I'm gonna stick with the deagle for now. Did you guys go ahead? Where are you guys?
I'm behind you.
I'm looting.
Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, music's playing. Think so. Got him. Just keep firing. You should be fine. Yeah, was hoping that would be the case. Is there anything in here? Oh, that's a few zombies.
Here we have left the key.
Sorry, I'm just checking. I'm checking for items. Sorry. I found absolutely fuck all. I'm coming over. Hello. This is like that scene in a horror movie where I'm just like walking over to you guys like, I'm coming! and then just Charger takes me out.
Oh,
Oh god, there he is! Man, the guy was late. There was traffic. Oh yeah, they're coming from behind.
Oh, that's not on.
Yep. Working realism, apparently. Oh, there it is. Oh god. Smoker somewhere? Nice.
Reloading! Reloading!
Okay. I am low on shotgun.
Baseball bat? Boomer Bile.
I'll take it, fuck it.
Grenades here! Reloading!
Oh, guns.
Guns.
I'll hang on to this for now.
Weapons here!
Never deagle.
Sniper.
Charger.
Ooh. Ooh, pipe bomb.
Boomer.
Get in the bathroom.
I didn't get hit.
Oh, really? Holy shit.
I am also surprised.
Yeah. I left a bio bomb in the bathroom if you want.
Oh, I can simulate it anyway. Let's go.
Oh no, the plane didn't make it to the airport. Or is this a different plane that's just using the same model?
Wait. Oh, this is the metro, never mind.
I love the give
Bless.
blood things. Give blood fucking.
Your witch?
ad.
Save lives.
Oh.
Which? Where?
Somewhere ahead?
Oh yeah.
What defib?
She's in the underpass.
Oh, let's go back. Let's get Effie.
She's in. Oh yeah, I see her. I see her. Yep. Oh, charger behind.
Oh, jockey on me.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to get up and shoot. Oh my god, I'm getting hit. No.
I'm dead.
I'm dead. I got I was getting hit as I was trying to shoot it.
And boys night as well.
I was walking around everything and suddenly I was surrounded by 20 of them.
Oh.
I don't know how that happened. I'm so confused.
Okay, heal up. Oh my god, when you shine the light on this sticker that I just put up, you can see the hamster underneath it. Inside the dog's mouth. That's so weird.
Reloading!
So they don't anymore realize it. Right.
M4, 16 and deagle.
Ooh, I'll take the deagle. I'm enjoying the deagle. Like, holy shit, this thing is way better than I thought it was.
That's one shot kill on commons.
Yeah, which is insane, considering...
Like a melee weapon.
Or a shotgun.
Yeah. Just... Oh, no! Thank you. Okay. When we start the thing, we should all just be upstairs.
You said, hey, can I get that fire? Or something about the fire canister, not me. I was just trying to help you.
God damn it.
Reloading!
Get that shotgun.
It's still there, by the way, if you want it.
It's fine.
No!
It'll be
bitch,
fine.
I put it there on purpose!
What, this?
Yeah! Can't believe you like this.
I didn't even know you put this here. I thought it was already there. I wanted to put it somewhere else. Okay, well, how do we
There's another
start
one
it?
down there if you guys want.
Wait.
Oh yeah, if you reload the deagle before it's empty, it reloads faster.
Oh, yeah, because you don't have to clip it back, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do that in Helldivers all the time.
Ready?
Yeah.
Ready.
What?
What?
Whatever. I don't know.
Man, they're just all burning. Goddamn. Oh, charge it. I don't know where he went. I think he's inside? Or did he just... He might have perished.
It's done burning. You can go.
Alright. We're leaving.
Reloading! Reloading!
We good?
I heard something.
Reloading!
A bunch of them are coming.
Yep.
Get your deagle out.
Yep. Fucking spraying this thing down every corridor, it's so nice. It's disgusting. Oh, hello.
On me?
Got him. I was in the middle of reloading the bastard. Nice.
Can you hear?
I heard a zombie. Oh, sorry.
Don't kill me.
He hit the fire hydrant. How are you alive?
I'm sorry? What do you mean?
You fucking will be.
Oh, tank.
I already paid for all of the things that I could possibly...
Spitter. Spitter and tank, Jesus. And smoker! I don't know where the smoker is though, I shot its tongue by accident. Jeez, Effie. Oh my god. He's down, he's down.
Boomer around here.
Did we get that smoke? Oh. I guess we got it now. Boomer?
Reloading!
What the... Jesus Christ. Ugh. Bile. Little bile in the corner. Oh, we got heals. More heals. There's more on the floor.
Even more?
Yeah.
Anytime.
Do you have any more
Chainsaw.
here? Oh god. Well,
Molotov?
let the
Is
limp.
anyone
Wait, where's
want
the...
a Molotov?
Did we have a slot for the other heal?
Still got one.
Mega,
Oh.
do you want a Molotov?
Yeah, I need to pick up my... Where... Ramiku, oh, there. We picked up the medkit, right?
Yeah,
yes, I got it.
Okay.
There's a lot behind that door.
Boomer!
I mean, how many times have you been boomered here, and you still just won't learn?
This is the second time we're here!
Behind us.
Oh, I can change all the tongue. That's cool.
Oh, that's you, sorry.
What?
I thought I saw a tongue up there, and I was like, ah, fire!
Crowbar.
Which?
Pills?
Ooh. Oh. You can't take pills on a plane?
Is she?
Last time she was under the underpass.
We need to go that way, by the way, to the...
Oh, she's right there.
there.
Careful, she's right in front
Oh,
of
we
us.
can go around that, but...
Yeah, just don't shoot. She's... she was standing for a second. Get off of me. Bitch. Thank you.
The cars here have alarms. Some of them.
Yeah, the one at the entrance does. Will it startle the witch?
No.
Okay. So what you're saying is we need to have, like, perfect accuracy and never fire at the wrong car. And also never touch the wrong car by jumping on top of it.
Or you say... or you do it intentionally, and then it's funny.
Uh-huh. Is there anything... Oh, defib. Defib? Anybody? Defib?
I have a slot. Where are you?
Downstairs, bottom floor. I went into the dark part. Where are you? Oh, no, this way. To the right. This is like very ominous. It's like leading you into a trap.
I'm ready to shut him back that.
Another
Before
exec.
bringing it up.
Oh, there's a molly down here as well, but
I already have one.
I guess it's too late to just keep getting people coming back.
We're friends. They're friends.
Oh no way! There's another one.
Nah.
Right on the stairs to the safe
Right
house.
on the stairs.
Wait, we got a
Well,
defib.
I have a defib, so...
No, don't kill him. What the fuck?
We got a defib.
Yeah,
let the witch kill me,
after
motherfucker.
Wait, I'm not shooting him. Why is everyone? What do you think I was gonna shoot? No,
Me.
there was a zombie. I shot the zombie.
You shot directly at him.
You can look at the footage. I shot the fucking zombie that ran at him.
Oh, behind us. Behind
Oh,
us.
shit.
Okay. Behind us all, or in front again as well.
Oh.
Hunter.
I'm down.
What else?
Yeah. But yeah, I was not shooting him. Like, I would admit to, like, something crazy like that, but no.
You said you have defib and you shot him.
Yeah, to just attack the fucking witch. That's why I was implying that. God.
Ready?
Ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
Why are you mollying it? Oh, we're actually gonna try and kill it. Oh, shit.
Oh, maybe I don't have to die. Shit, the wall ended. Or another wall started.
We got a... There we go.
Great success.
Flawless. Oh, we got a deep...
There's
Steve-o.
another one.
Why did I get a chief?
No way.
I'm hitting another one.
Oh,
There's there are pills here.
Could it be the one from downstairs?
I don't know. I'm just I'm hearing one.
Yeah, we are near her. Yeah, I think it's her.
Yeah.
What?
It's there.
Oh, no. You don't need them. You just got res, bitch.
I have less health than you.
Behind us? Oh, behind us. Like...
Yeah, it's the witch downstairs.
Yeah, she's just...
Oh, behind us, Digby.
Oh! I'm reloading.
Burned so well.
We're farming, just wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's already over.
I'm assuming this is the last one. Oh, maybe not.
Nope, there's another one after this.
I was gonna say, because we're at the airport. What the hell? Please say I did the most damage to the witch. I chased that fucker down. Huh?
Is there no ammo?
Does she have like?
There is. It's this.
She must have like more resistance or something
corner here,
then, because
Thank you.
I got her with the shotgun so many times.
I guess
Who
you maybe
knows?
just suck at aiming. Smile.
I mean, I don't know. Is there anything up here? I don't know. So most of those were body shots. Yeah, but 131 damage? Really? That's had deagle shots on her.
Oh.
But I just went past it. I don't know. Am I hearing a witch? Jesus. Oh, she's at the end of the corridor. She's just sitting right at the end.
Jockey coming right at you.
Really?
In front.
Oh. Careful, don't shoot, don't shoot! Oh, God.
I was waiting for the
Yeah.
to not be on the witch.
Yeah, yeah.
There's no door there. That sucks. Well done.
Anything here? Molotov.
Okay.
So I can't go around her.
I guess I'll just shoot her and then run.
Yeah.
Do
Can shoot it from all the way
we
back
can
here,
shoot.
come on.
Yeah. We'll do the firing squad.
I kind of want the
Nope.
Molotov as well.
Well, I mean, you can put the Molotov and she'll run through it.
Sure. All right.
Like, put the Molotov
Three.
now.
Ready?
Put the Molotov now and she'll run through it. Yeah. Oh. Oh God, well there we go.
Wait.
Did we get her?
No. Not even close.
Well, she died right at the end. We almost had her. That fucking spitter just decided to be like, hey guys, what's going on here? That is exactly what the spitter did, yeah. Just turned the corner and just got fucked up.
Golf club.
Yeah.
If only there was some melee.
I was gonna say, who needs melee? Oh, I didn't mean to shut that. Oh, behind us.
Behind.
Oh, in front. Smoker.
Shit. They just spawned in front of me. What?
I guess it's time to get the drink beer back.
He's not
You got
playing.
special ammo?
He's not playing support for us. Can't believe this.
There's a first aid kit.
That was mine.
Yeah, it's yours. Okay.
Got it.
Pills. What's in here? Anything in the cubicles?
Oh, not this.
Nothing in the cubicles. Okay.
No defib?
No defib in the cubicles. I got pills, but that was it. Ooh. A few canisters. I wonder what that could mean.
The spectating on this is so fucked.
What do you mean?
I'm looking in first person and everyone is aiming like so far behind the zombie that they're trying to shoot. It's so funny.
Oh no! Why was I reloading? I'm an idiot. Thank you. Oh, big boy. What the f... Where's he going?
It's like a crossbar or like a crosshair away from her. Shooting out on spectating it so well.
I am stuck.
Oh, huh?
Like,
Really?
actually stuck? Like you can't jump, crouch?
Nope. I'm pressing all of the buttons I have.
Is it time to make an executive decision?
I guess it's executive. Actually,
I wonder if the zombies can push you somehow. I don't know. Is there a way to push people?
Walking into them, but...
Oh. Oh no.
Oh no?
Oh no!
Oh my god!
I tried to push you!
So
No,
try
Rami, just
disconnecting and
call the
reconnecting
horn.
again.
Just call the horn. Let us end.
Let me heal you. Where are you?
I think I heal myself. Wait, I'm about to get down.
No, because we can give you our stuff.
I mean,
No,
disconnecting...
just call the horn.
No, but he needs to survive. He needs to survive.
Why does he need to survive?
Can you even heal me?
No, we can't. I can't seem to right-click you. It doesn't let us do anything.
Just reset. We'll have Omega.
I'm just gonna heal myself. I can't even heal myself. Oh, because we're stuck in the air.
Hold on, let me patch you up.
That's what's wrong.
How do you proceed on the car?
I don't know.
Only take a second.
No!
I'm just shooting Effie. I'm shooting Effie, trying to shoot him.
Just...
Can you shoot Digby?
Molotov yourself!
I'm making an executive decision. Oh, is there like a slash kill? No.
There's a spitter, but she kinda ignores you?
He can't spit because he's not on the floor anyway.
I think it still like bubbles a bit. God damn it. There's got to be a way to kill yourself. There's got to be like a...
Head away.
Is there? Come on.
Oh, she's moving. She's got you.
Has she got me?
Recharged.
Okay, I shouldn't attack her, should I? It's so tempting to just shoot. There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Hopefully, no more witches.
Did you manage that? Don't worry. It's alright, we got it this time. This is the one.
Just don't get stuck.
Basically, yeah, just don't go in that corner again. Even if it's to help
anything
someone.
else?
God, that is filthy.
Got a nightstick.
Oh,
Why
it's
is there a
you.
nightstick in an office?
Molotov.
Security. Well, you can have
On the table.
I've already got a molly.
Oh, that table.
Joking. I'm joking.
Where are you? Oh, you're in the... God, I just want, like... I keep wanting to like look inside the rooms for a light switch. Oh, he's nearly dead. Thank you.
Feels...
Oh. Yoink. I shot the guy behind him, but not... Reloading! The fuck?
Adrenaline.
Reloading.
Wait, oh, I'm already full.
Oh, better make it. Oh, yeah.
Where are we going? Oh, not this way. Okay, avoid that bin at all costs.
Reloading. Watch where you're shooting.
Oh, that was...
Reloading.
Hey, you walked into my line of fire.
I didn't walk. I was.
You did, though.
I was...
Then you got pushed in. Then it's Romiku's fault. You moved in there. I don't know if you were the one that commanded them to move in?
I didn't. I wasn't moving, so yeah. Oh, charges downstairs. What the? Where the fuck is he? Is that it?
What's that zombie doing?
He's trying.
He's trying so hard.
I can't hit it from here. What?
Workout routine. Got him. I'm ready.
Oh, that wasn't it. Oh. I thought... I'm gonna stand on top of these boxes. Where?
On the other side. Come on, show yourself.
Out there.
So I might stand up here. Can I get up here? Fuck yeah.
I'm gonna go before the next horde.
Oh, they're above me.
Oh, there he is. Alright. 3.
Jesus Christ.
That goes for Rector.
2. 1.
God.
Where are they coming from? Okay, I'm mollying that area. Okay, maybe not. I got fucking hit and it threw my throw off. That's annoying. Oh, it still counts.
This is not the place to stand.
Yeah, get up here, jump up.
I can't.
Okay. I can't clear. I'm struggling to clear it. Yeah.
Fine.
But yeah, you can come up here. It's relatively
And the thing that I
okay.
was scared of happening up here happened down there.
A lot more control up here.
I just thought they would come from behind and fuck you up.
Yeah, but
Many.
you've got one route to shoot them down. They can't hit you from multiple angles. Yep.
Healing first.
I should probably do the same, but eh.
You have pills to heal.
Yeah.
You're not super low yet.
Anything around here?
Weapons here.
God is dead.
God is that? Charger. Tank,
Oh, what the
tank,
fuck?
tank,
Oh,
tank.
I see.
Okay.
Where is he?
Downstairs.
Oh
He's
yeah.
walking up now.
Oh, yep. Throwing.
Boomer behind him.
I hate fucking camera rushing. Piss your pants!
I need to reload. He's dead, he's dead, he's dead. Yep, yep, yep.
I'll grab Omega.
Yep.
You're gonna make it?
Where did he come from, by the way, Effie?
You're fine.
Damelham, he was behind you.
Because I know that
I
I...
guess this downstairs?
Anyone black and white?
Not yet. I have a defib though. Molotov here.
Oh, first aid here.
Oh! Oh, you got it, okay. Wait, what?
I'm bleeding out. Maybe you ought to heal up.
More special ammo.
I don't know where anything is.
On the ground.
Oh, nice. Oh, I don't need it. I've already got one.
Did you pick up my defib, Ramadu?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Smoker.
Smoker.
God damn it, I am seriously foobar.
I'm pretty hurt.
This should last until we're
Is this gonna make a noise?
I bet it does.
Fight your way to the safe room. Wonderful.
I'm getting shot by you guys more than anything. God damn.
Explosive ammo.
Yeah. I'm down. I'm already down. You guys took me from 60 health.
I think it's time for an executive decision.
It's clear. Or it was.
Oh, smoke.
Got it. I can med myself in a second. Because I'm going to be black and white. Yeah, I'm black and white.
Oh, they're moving ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to heal quick.
They're both down.
Yep, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Oh, I got charged. Kinda low on ammo.
Try and... Oh god. I was gonna say try and res, but I'm struggling to do much. Okay, okay, I got this, I got this.
Got Effie though. Effie's also
Where's
bleeding
she?
out.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Now I'm black and white.
Alright,
I need ammo.
Yeah.
Why me? Yourself.
It's you, whoa. Bitch!
Oh, jockey, jockey, jockey! In the crowd. I'm down.
I have no ammo.
Okay.
Come on, a gun, ammo, something.
Spitter.
Spitter.
Really cool.
Med
There's
kit.
ammo in the safe house, right?
I've got a med kit, I've got a med kit. Shit.
Okay. Give me ammo, give me ammo, give me gun.
They're getting behind us, they're behind us.
Oh, safe house is there.
Let me out.
Black and white. That's let me go.
No, we're here, we're here!
The safe house is here.
I am surrounded, dude.
Just go!
Alright.
Oh.
How? They're stopping me.
Oh, you died, I didn't know.
Get in.
I'm dead, I'm dead.
Nah, you're pretty much dead.
Oh, I also died. What? Huh?
Well, at least we all got
Better
full
not have taken
health.
the medkit I picked up. What the fuck?
I mean, if you exploded, maybe the item drops inside there?
I hope so.
Maybe.
What did I die to though?
Explosive ammo? Maybe? Oh, no,
There's
I don't
no
think-
way that he hadn't emptied a clip.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Items that I had.
I
picked
was
up.
Ooh.
It's optimal.
Deagle! Alright, alright, we didn't lose too much, that's alright. There's a medkit on the floor. And an M16 hidden behind it.
I got the defib.
Nice.
Hello.
Make sure if you picked up that M4 that you pick up ammo, because that may have been mine.
Okay. Hey, look, an airplane. I'm surprised it didn't crash. Oh, wait, no, never mind, hang on. Never mind. There it is.
Catch it!
Oh, wow, okay. Wow, I don't like how much damage I've already taken here. Jesus Christ. Really just kind of fucking swarmed.
Crazy how that works, huh?
Yeah. Where are you, Effie?
On the other side of the plane.
Shit, okay.
You're gonna make it?
Is it bad?
Come on up.
Ash about to get a whole lot more ash.
I mean, we're basically the... Oh. Oh.
There's a minigun.
Oh no. I might heal myself. Fuck this. Where's the minigun? Oh, there's medkits near the minigun. There's a lot of medkits near the minigun. Oh my god, the hole in his...
He's still not dead.
What? I left such a oh my god. What the fuck? That was like point blank shotgun.
There's another. Okay. Is there
Okay.
anything else to prep, or is this just ship it kinda?
We'll see what happens. We're near the we're near the safe house, like from where we started. So,
Right. Everybody ready?
No.
Never.
Alright.
Yeah.
I don't know if this can blow up.
I don't think so. That'd be ridiculous. That'd be great, but it's ridiculous.
Oh, refueling. Okay.
Yeah.
It does say flammable, and it is a fuel truck, so I wouldn't put it past.
It is the objective, though.
Yeah. But it could also be a it blows up when you've like, and then it says, okay, that's enough. We can make it like to the next airport or something. I don't fucking know.
Charge it.
Charger?
Okay, man.
Boomer.
Spits it. I'm getting a hit. I'm just trusting that every time I get hit, someone's got it.
Jockey. Okay, got him.
Nice. Smoker. Oh, nice.
Is it?
Oh.
Hunter?
I need to fucking... I need to get off the turret. I can't help like this.
Charger.
Where? Oh! Ah! He's on me. Yep. Thank you.
Fine, Jockey.
Tank?
Tank man. To the right?
I heard Jockey.
Oh yeah.
I saw the thing, but I didn't see him.
Jockey on the left.
I'm trying to keep on the tank when he arrives. Is he there?
Oh!
Do you see him?
He is moving further to the left.
Here.
He's under?
Under?
Oh, nope.
He's slowly climbing up.
Fucking hell. There's no way he's surviving much longer. Oh no! Help! I've been pulled to the left. Thank you. I'm so dead. I've got no health. He's down, he's down.
Why didn't you share your vision with me, Effie?
What do you mean?
That smoker's alive, I think, unless someone else got him.
Oh, charge on me.
it. Right. I need to heal real quick. Shit. Okay. Whoa! He's on fire! What the hell? I lost so much health from that. Oh, there's still another med kit. Okay. Okay. Three-quarters. Boomer.
On
no,
you.
charge it. Shit. Fuck! I backed out the wrong way.
Chucky somewhere?
Thank you. I need to heal.
I'm trying to get up, but I'm getting...
Okay, I need to heal real quick. I'm gonna die otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm getting smoked.
Oh, that's a fucked angle. Holy shit.
Tank.
Behind.
To the left.
Oh, is he behind us? Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I
jockey.
see him.
Jockey.
Good. Yeah. This is gonna be fucking awkward. Jesus.
I'm getting smoked again.
Oh my god!
Is he stuck?
A little bit.
Not anymore.
Oh, I peppered him with a fucking shotgun now. Yeah, he's down. Oh!
Did you make it?
I think we're done. I think we're done.
I think we're done.
They did say almost done when that happened.
Don't
so.
get killed by the hatch opening.
God, that would be so funny.
Alright.
Just push him further in.
This should be safe.
Pushing him in.
We're coming.
Should still be safe.
Oh, you can just, it just pulls you up. Yeah, get in.
Oh. Right,
Fucking easy. We saved the world. Just running through the fire.
The road does look very saved.
Easy. God damn. Is it burned though? It's cleansed is what you mean. Fuck yeah. Oh, hello doggy. Jesus Christ.
400.
It explains all the deaths.
I mean, I'm also just the first one turning around corners, so I'm getting fucking hunted and jockeyed every fucking...
And that's your choice.
Don't forget boomers.
Dude, the boomers were so sneaky.
Took the least amount of damage. You took 3,400 damage.
Yeah, I'm worth it.
You've died 30
shots though.
That's 34 deaths worth of damage.
Alright. Nice.
GG's.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
I guess
I could take a break before raids.
Yeah.
Don't really have time for one more anyways.
Yeah. Alright, well.
We left.
Nice.
Good games. I'm
And then we
something to
destroy
eat.
each other.
Yeah. Alright.
And we kill each other.
Goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye.
Goodbye.
See you later.
Messages. That's fine. Who is streaming? I guess we're reading Elsie, but oh god, she's doing Dawn Trail stuff. I don't want to read Dawn Trail stuff. That's the last thing I want to read right now. Yeah, I'm like fucking sick of looking at that game after having done so much fishing. Right, Melon. Is Melon streaming? Hang on, show more. Oh, Melon is streaming, yeah. Hysterical stream title. Can I get a hell yeah if you're a child of divorce? FF7, But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and dip. Oh, fucking tired. Alright. Goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye.